Can't see chat. That's live chat. Alright, sweet. Welcome all. Can't see chat. Don't mind me. I'm just having a bit of a vape. We're about to get into an interesting stream. One of the first live streams that I've ever recorded that hasn't had a set purpose per se, pertaining to OPPC. All the links are in the description below. Don't mind me. Optimum Performance I'm just PC, having a bit of a vape. Produced and your host Sebastian Lukas, so welcome. I was just about to get into a discussion on an upcoming build, as in the title per se, that I've ever recorded. There is a ProSiphon or a ThermoSiphon cooler, which I'm going to be utilizing. It's not completely new tech. ThermoSiphons have been used in industrial cases for many years, but in an applicatory manner as a general CPU cooler. ICEGIANT has produced something that is rather compact for what it is, and especially after their prototype, which you may have seen at one stage a couple of years ago on, I believe LTT had it, Linus Tech had it available, a few other major channels have brought it into fruition. I got reminded by Wendell from Level 1 Techs that it is in fact available currently for sale as well, and is working great on upwards of products such as your Threadrippers and whatnot, and pushing over 500 watts. But to cut a long story short, before we get into what essentially is the main event and the unboxing of that, which will probably be in the next 5 to 15 or 20 odd minutes. We've got some breaking news at hand, and as you can see in the top right corner there, we've got Jay currently, and we're going to cross to Jay in the middle of his latest video, and we're essentially going to review this video slash comment on the fact that we're live right now on YouTube, so and Facebook at the same time, guys. So I'm currently restreaming to both platforms. Facebook on my public public account, not the OPPC channel. If you're interested in the Facebook OPPC channel website, community website, that's linked in the description below as well. And all our Facebook group page. We're live right now in PC Hardware Builds. So feel free to join up, follow, share, like. The Facebook page is our sister child to our YouTube channel, and yeah, we're gonna go live to Jay from Jay's 2 cents, just to hear some breaking news that's seriously flipping my mind, and I'm not even in the US currently, and it's something that we have to consider. And to cut a long story short, the Facebook page is I, from my understanding, believe this is not clickbait, but can certainly be construed as clickbait, and as if Jay has, for the first 8 or so minutes of this video, I'll probably say 5 minutes, because that's how far we're approximately in. And it's been something that playing us for fools, like this is April Fools or something. Yeah, I don't know if this is an early April Fools or a late April Fools. But to be brutally honest, we do have to look into this. And yes, so let us flick across, because I'll set the scene for you. Essentially, gaming PCs, for example, an Alienware PC is classified as a gaming PC, and classifications as such that fall under that classification standard in the state of California, which extends to places such as Washington and Hawaii. So let us flick across. British Columbia, set the scene for you, and another place in the Americas have been banned. For example, banned an Alienware PC is classified as a game. So what does that mean? Well, we're finding out exactly what that entails here, because it's absolutely ridiculous. So let's have a look, guys. I'm going to turn my back to y'all because I'm watching this at the same time. You all are, and as you can see, effective as of July the 1st, 2021, T2 standards for desktop computers, clients and mobile gaming systems. This is all in reference. Finding out exactly what it entails here, because it's absolutely ridiculous. Whoopsie, the sound, I apologize. This is all in reference in regards to the Californian electrical grid, and I'm guessing it's under siege here and very terrible, but I don't think this is a solution precisely. From my understanding, what has been made exempt, we'll start from the beginning, frankly. It only goes for 13 minutes, so guys, you guys really have to watch this. US states banning gaming PCs. Here's what's really going on.
2 cents here. If there's ever been a time that I'm gonna beg you to actually watch the entire video, it's now. Because we're gonna talk about what people are freaking out about right now, which is California's Title 20 and the supposed ban on gaming computers being sold in the state of California, or the state of California, Washington, Oregon, Vermont, and Hawaii, also known as the West Coast Coalition, plus the weird black sheep somewhere out there in New England. But we actually spent some time on this video trying to get some information, and we waited until we could get all the facts so that you guys can actually be informed on what's really going on here. I think you guys might be surprised, but we also wanted to make sure that this wasn't some clickbaity video that a lot of people are really trying to cash in on right now, giving you guys actual facts. So keep that in mind. All right, so obviously we're talking about the CEC, or California Energy Commission, Title 20, Tier 2 standards for computers. And people already are like, what the hell, that's a lot of big words. We've spent more time actually trying to remove all the lawyers slash Public Utilities Commission slash jargon out of these documents to try and get to the actual root of what's going on here. We also used Intel's document, because Intel has actually been really involved in this, and you'll understand why when you understand the regulations. So first and foremost, this is not new. This isn't new at all. This is something that actually went into a planned effect back in 2016. What do I mean by planned effect? Anytime a utilities commission or a legislature or any sort of law goes into effect, there is a period of time at which companies or those affected by said laws have time to understand the compliance regulations and fall within those regulations, or just choose to be outside of those regulations and not do business in the states of which follow this. Now, if we're talking about California here, some of you might be like, why the heck are we also talking about Washington, Oregon, Vermont, and Hawaii? Well, that's because I mentioned at the start of this video kind of saltedly, the West Coast Coalition. Anything California does, Oregon and Washington are guaranteed to follow suit. Hawaii as well. Vermont, I'm really not sure why Vermont. I think that's like the, hey guys, can I play too? Kind of a legislature thing. Moving forward here, Title 20 is something that went into effect, or planned into effect back in 2016. There's different tiers, there's different items affected within Title 20, and as time moves on, they basically had a year to prepare for every single one of these categories, and then when each tier went into effect. And then everyone's kind of freaking out and talking about this now because Tier 2, which is the final tier essentially when it comes to desktop computers, and then later in December of this year they're moving on to monitors, basically went into effect July of this year, so just now. And people noticed on the Dell website that it says you cannot ship those items to the states that I mentioned, and that's because those particular computers from Dell do not correspond with the regulations that have been put in place in these 5 states. So what are those regulations here? And this is the part that a lot of people are freaking out, because all they're seeing is that it's an Alienware.
So let us backtrack here for a second. This product cannot be Alienware Aurora R12 Gaming Desktop PC. Okay. This product cannot be shipped through the states of California, Colorado, Hawaii, Oregon, Vermont, or Washington, due to power consumption regulations adopted by those states. Any orders placed abound for those states will be cancelled. Like, I'm dumbfounded here. Do you guys see how this sounds, correct? Because this sounds like the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Do you understand that these computers can, say, substitute as editing rigs? I mean, you could circumnavigate around this very easily, for the parts themselves can at any stage be brought in, but are we coming to that stage that you have to register if you own a PC and showcase like, how would this be enforced to begin with? They basically broken the industry to people who provide computers for folk and sell them on the basis that they're gaming PCs to an nth degree. Good or bad business, doesn't matter. But like for example, I'm not saying Alienware spec PCs the best Dell PCs, but generally speaking, they're one of the top range versions of a Dell. And does this mean that Alienware itself, they could just in fact drop the title and call it a Dell without the Alienware associated, because Alienware is associated with gaming, and send it out to you? Could they do that? Like, or is there more to this story? And you already understand how much of a Fruit Loops story this is. And according to Jay, this is not breaking news. On top of this, it's factually based information that's going to be based on legislation in the states.
So what are those regulations here? And this is the part that a lot of people are freaking out, because all they're seeing is that
I'll be back in a second.
It's an Alienware from Dell that can't be sent to California.
I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to take a slash, but I've got the headphones on and I'm listening with you folk at the same time, so bear with me one moment. I've had a few coffees too many. In fact, I'll grab a couple more coffees and we'll get through this video. It's about 10 minutes remaining before we do our unboxing. I'll also I've got an insightful little overview into I've designed a new form of chip per se, a stacked chip design that's more effective than AMD's approach and or Intel's. Very simple idea, conceptually speaking, that if I was a big wig I could patent. Unfortunately the patent won't go anywhere, so I'd like to get it out in a public forum per se. That public forum is going to be you guys and you all today, so that'll be coming in probably next, before we do the unboxing of the ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite, the thermo siphon cooler, and discuss our upcoming build and other parts inclusive in that build per se. We're essentially getting our working rig back up and running. Luckily it's a working rig, because if I was moving to the state of California, I don't know, it'd be classified as a gaming rig and I'd be up shit creek. Anyway, let's hit start on this video and finish it off. I'll be back with a couple of coffees and feel a bit more rejuvenated as we all listen into this interesting, I feel like vomiting. I don't know what the fuck's going on. If I was there, I would, there'd have to be, if these people weren't glued to the PCs, they'd have to be riots.
So automatically the articles that you're seeing, the headlines, the attention-grabbing headlines, the Reddit threads, the YouTube videos that are going out there are all specifically engineered, in my opinion, to get the gamer riled up, because I don't believe the authors actually understand necessarily what's happening here. Now, I haven't read all of the articles, so I hope that someone out there is actually putting out some reliable information to get you guys kind of educated as to what's happening here. But specifically, it says the Title 20 standards are cost-effective, technically feasible, and limit the amount of electricity computers and monitors are allowed to consume when not in active mode. That's the first thing most people are not talking about here. They are targeting the different states of idle and sleep, not your computer being on and doing something. They are specifically targeting computers that are left to go to sleep, and then you've got the 15-minute sleep period where it wakes back up quickly, and then you get the deeper sleep or hibernate mode, and the amount of power that these computers consume when they're on and not active. The standard set targets for energy consumed in the 4 non-active modes based on the computer's expandability score. So that's another thing that people aren't talking about here. They are taking into effect the expandability of a computer. Can you put a graphics card in it? How much RAM does it have in there? What kind of RAM is in there? All of these things get you an additional allowance in terms of kilowatt hour consumption. There's a big old formula. Intel has it on their website. I'm not gonna bore you guys with that type of stuff. I wanna give you guys the information to understand what's happening here, not so much the calculation method involved. We're gonna do very high level discussion here so that people can understand that. But let's say, for instance, we're talking about a mini ITX system with 1 PCI Express 16X slot, 1 NVMe drive, and 2 memory module slots. That system would actually be allowed less consumption or kilowatt hours per year than, say, a Threadripper system that has 8 memory modules or 7 full-length 16X PCI Express slots. So, or even 4 NVMe slots. All of those items that can potentially be utilized are taken into the account when it comes to the expandability score, which means higher watts and kilowatt hours are available to that system under this regulatory outline here. Which already is a little backwards from what everyone's thinking. You would think the smaller system would be less regulated because the possibility of it using power is less because you can't hook things up to it. It's actually the opposite. The more expandability you have in your system, the more power you're allowed to it, which means the smaller ITX rigs actually are the strictest regulated. So here are the allowances for additional energy use based on the identification and the classification according to the CEC. add-in cards, which in itself is kind of vague. That's like saying if you can plug it in, but add-in cards, additional hard disks, obviously SSDs and spinning drives, graphics cards, obviously probably the biggest glut in your system if you know the truth, high bandwidth secure system memory. So they specifically regulate memory based off its bandwidth because that's the easiest way to determine what kind of memory it is without just saying DDR3, DDR4, etc. So it's just about its memory bandwidth. That's the factor they use. The Ethernet capability, integrated display, refresh rates above 300 hertz and monitors, and that's a whole separate discussion there. System memory, video surveillance cards, you know, those cards that have a bunch of the little mini coaxials that you plug in security cameras to, and then wired Ethernet or fiber cards. So each one of these things, if they are in your system, pre-built, remember we're talking pre-builts, will actually increase the kilowatt hour limit that you're allowed to have in a non-active state per year. In my viewer's most probably closely related category is going to be SIs or gaming SIs, Origin PC, Digital Storm, BLD, Corsair. Whoever's selling gaming systems is probably who you're considering most. Alienware, obviously, however you feel about Alienware, it's still an SI. You are only allowed 75 kilowatt hours per year in the crazy calculation that Intel uses calculation based off of the CEC and their regulations. Remember, we're talking about non-active hours here. It can only consume a maximum of 75 kilowatt hours per year. Now, if you have a system that, let's say for instance, has an RTX 3090 in it, that adds 50 kilowatt hours per year budget, that means the little small form factor pre-built is more heavily regulated and held to a tighter standard than a big system that could actually use a lot of power. It's kind of dumb, but it makes sense because there's not such thing as a one-size-fits-all category of computer. Now, there are systems here that are already considered CEC exempt as of 2018. Remember, this is a multi-year rollout type of regulation here. Small-scale servers, which is like what we have here in the studio that we built with our Unraid and our RAID and all that sort of stuff. High expandability computers, which we'll talk about in a second what those are. Mobile workstations and workstation as defined by CEC standard. Now they have to meet the following requirements to be considered TEC exempt. So there's 3 major requirements here, and then they have some bullet points underneath each one. So the power supply efficiency. Obviously power supply plays a huge role on the efficiency of the system. That's got to be 80 plus gold, IPS, which is PFC 0.9 or at 50% load. And then there's a level 6 DOE EPS efficiency requirement. I have no idea what that is. We didn't bother looking it up. It's obviously part of the power supply spec. But energy efficient Ethernet functionality. I've never in my life paid attention to how much power the Ethernet plugged into a system that's off could be powering. And then the power management settings themselves. The display has to turn off within 15 minutes of inactivity. And have you ever noticed in Windows, that's the default, this is part of this right here, system sleep or off within 30 minutes of inactivity, which is again the default setting in Windows. It says no small scale servers and rack-mounted workstations are not required to meet the power management requirements. If the server goes to sleep, it's not serving anything. High expandability computers. Now that's obviously...
Okay, so to reiterate, guys, we've got a you think we've got a nanny state, but I'm speechless. I am absolutely speechless. Okay, so regardless of what's being said here, on a side note, is the Californian energy crisis so extreme and has been for this many years that this has been a rolled out affair rather than for the last 2, 3 years, 4 years they cemented a manner in which they could, I don't know, have an adequate supply of energy to the Californian grid be produced. Now, on a side note, when I leave my computer, when it's non-operational, I turn it off. Now, is power and electricity so cheap for the average layman to anybody else, to the households of California, that it doesn't matter and these people just leave shit running? Do people leave shit running and run the risk of a fire hazard occurring and they don't care? This is in reference, like monitors, this is not in active state, but when turned off, but in power off mode / standby, for example. So for example, this Dell monitor in standby mode consumes 0.3 watts per hour, as opposed to the televisions which are being used as monitors. I've recently changed those from 32-inch gaming monitors that have a high hertz and refresh rate, because I require the 4K real estate for editing purposes and or artwork, which I do. Now, the gaming monitors, on the other hand, in that standby mode, consume, I believe, 0.5 or 6 watts. So the Dell is very, very efficient. In fact, it's one of the most efficient monitors in that respect, regarding power consumption. But to top it all off, I turn those off anyway. Okay? I turn them off. Now, irrelevant of that, why do I do that? Because electricity costs me money, which I can't afford. So why would I have shit running? You know, it's the same. It's like them saying new regulatory standards. If you're not in a room and you have the lights on, you now must have them switched off. And how are these going to be enforced? But in actual fact, what they've also now just said is, on top of the fact that these have to be switched off, in these states, you guys aren't allowed to even have these lights anymore. I'm sorry. You don't get the opportunity of purchasing lights. You're going to have to use candles from now on. Candles or little LED lights, okay? And or this and that. But these are the standards in place for these classifications of lights. In operational mode, it's not the point. This is all in reference to sleep and standby and what the fuck is the world coming to, people? Let's continue on with this. I'm going to have my coffee in the meantime. I think I'm going to have a break after this, frankly. This is blowing my mind, people. And this is what's on my Vine. This is what is being presented to me on YouTube, and I thought it was garbage coming from the bigwigs on a consistent basis, but this is crazy, people. This is absolutely crazy.
In this. Now, high expandability computers is gaming computers. That's essentially what that is. To be a high expandability computer that falls within this exempt category must meet the two following requirements. It must have a 600 watt or greater 80 plus gold power supply and a graphics card, a discrete graphics card that is 600 gigabytes per second memory bandwidth or greater. Now that essentially equates to a 2080 Ti equivalent. You can do the math. You can go and look at all the GPUs and they'll list what their bandwidth is. And it must have a discrete graphics card that meets that requirement. So the irony here is that they're actually trying to save power. The lower end gaming systems that do not meet these requirements because they don't have a high-end graphics card and they don't have a high-capacity power supply, don't meet these.
Okay, so what has bandwidth got to do with the price of fish? Okay, so for example, the graphics card that I'm currently using is I'm losing the ports on it. Okay, on a side note, monitors. The higher the hertz when you got it, so if you got a 240 hertz monitor as opposed to a 144 hertz monitor, if you've got a 240 hertz monitor and you've got it set at 240 hertz, it pulls more power than if you set that monitor back to 60 hertz. Get me? But that doesn't matter in this regards to these rules. It's only when it's in the off state. And when it's in the off state, it's in the power down mode / it's not in the 240 hertz range, or the 60 hertz, or the 140 hertz, or the 100 hertz, or the 120 hertz that you have it set at, or in the settings in Windows 119 and everything else in between, because it's not actually, you know what I mean? But coming back to what Jay just said, the newer graphics cards are all pulling 300 watts plus, and in fact the RTX 2000 series was pulling a fair amount less. Okay, before he gets into the justification of the power supply, okay, for example, my deformed, I've lost a display port, and that's another reason why I got rid of my 3 monitor setup. I can't run it anymore. Is using at load, at 100% load, it will top out at around 170 watts. Now, according to this, I'm not going to meet spec with that type of card, because I am meant to and or inclined to get a graphics card of a newer origin, which is more energy efficient. Yet we do understand that the new cards are capable of pulling in excess of 300 watts plus. Now, under a gaming load, they probably utilize to between 60 to 100% of their value anyway. Okay. Like, do you understand how many problems we've already got here? Now, before Jay gets into explaining power supplies, they're talking about a gold standard being implemented, power supply requirements / and or higher. But you understand that these standards pertaining to power supplies is in reference to the reliability of the power itself, so that it does not spike your system and gives it a constant power supply. Do you get me? So you need that constant power so that it minimizes the likelihood of any instability, and that's another reason why overclockers, for example, will get a higher power supply. Now, according to these recommendations, anything under 600 watts is not going to be deemed feasible because of the 50% load and or 50% load. So I like to use a high power supply for many reasons. Okay, longevity, because even if it's under load, I might only be using 500 watts of my 1000 watt power supply. That's 50%. So it falls into, and it's platinum, so in one of the computers, so it falls into that category where it's legit. on the other hand, what's going to be excluded is a 550 watt power supply that's being hammered, and you're using 450 watts of that power supply, because that's like 90%. So that power supply can't be utilized. It's going to become an illegal power supply according to these standards. Like, okay, but if you had that power supply, you wouldn't be able to run one of those new, more efficient graphics cards. Do you understand why this is like, I'm sitting here going, is this April Fool's? What's going on here? On top of this, older graphics cards then are less energy efficient. That's true on a technicality. That is very true. And the newer cards have become much more powerful, but are more energy draining. That's true as well. Okay. Assuming NVIDIA goes down a similar way and path, if we don't get a jump to performances in the next generation of, say, NVIDIA's graphics cards, what I assume would occur would be that those cards will become much more energy efficient. So they would refine the current 3000 series to have the same performance being hit, but at lower wattage requirements. This is what they do with technology at times. Using an example, a GDDR5 memory card such as a 1050 4GB or 3.5, depending on how you look at it, 1050 Ti does not even require an additional power lead to a power supply. On a technicality, it'd been added in card, I guess, as well. But it's got enough power to run it from the PCIe lanes, which support up to what is it, 75 watts, whatever it is. But it can run full and true. Now that's going to be made exempt from my understanding. Okay, even those old inefficient power cards, which can only pull upwards of say 200 watts. I mean, yeah, their performance sucks for the amounts of watts they're using. But say that 960, would have been 3 gigabytes anyway. But yeah, like say a card of yesteryear before the 1050 Ti, from the 9 series of the same equivalent memory capacity, would have pulled shitloads of power. Hence what I'm saying is that the next gen should be an improvement on that if we don't get an improvement on anything else. Do you understand? They refine, they repackage, and they provide you with some sort of beneficial bonus. Okay, that's how the cards improve. And then the gen after that more than likely will be an improvement on performance itself. It would make sense, unless they throw it all out of the water. Now the idiotic and the idiosyncrasies here is exactly from what I'm saying, because all those cards up until this date still use, some examples, still use less power than new current cards. Can we finish this up? Because I want to vomit.
Requirements to be exempt. Therefore, your high power usage gaming systems are exempt. So in fact, when it comes to the way the SIs are speccing all of this out and the fact that they can get certified, Dell, that screenshot everyone's kind of freaking out about, now if you go in there and try to take that computer that is not California compliant, that says that the 11400F and has the 1650 Super in there, If you go in there and then add a 600 watt gold power supply and a 3080, you still can't ship it. So what that means is that Dell has actually taken that certified SKU, because remember, there's one computer there that you can send to California. And everyone's like, well, what's with that one? They're the same parts, they're the same parts. Myself included, just looked at that for face value and said, why can that one be sent to California? It's because Dell actually got that particular SKU and that system certified in the state of California for CEC. Yes, 50 state legal computer. Things I never thought I would say again. All right, so what this means to the two different categories of viewers I have right now. If you're a build your own type, this doesn't affect you in any way. Unless they start trying to regulate parts individually, which I don't see how they could actually enforce or do, but they could just stop bringing the parts in. Hope we don't get there. This doesn't affect you in any way. You're more affected, obviously, by the price of parts than anything happening here. For the person that doesn't build their own computer and wants to buy one, you have a couple of options here. You hope that the company is actually speccing out their build it on the website where you click boxes that will actually be smart enough to know, like, this is California legal. When it comes to the SI, we just have to hope they're smart enough to update their database to know if the criteria is met for the exemption here, that yes, they'll ship it to the state. Or you can do what a lot of people do when it comes to car parts. Just have a friend in Arizona, bounce ship it for you. I mean, there is that. It sucks, but a lot of people do it. They're not targeting gamers specifically. They're targeting gluttons. And what I mean by gluttons is, and I'm guilty of this, I think all three of us in this room and probably thousands of you.
Okay, so a simple way of not completely screwing over an industry and stopping people selling dodgy PCs as gaming PCs with old parts and justifying the term gaming, because this is clearly what happened. Some poor senator has been robbed of hard-earned cash. His child has been robbed because he bought a gaming RGB blend computer that is a Core 2 Duo with a fucking GTX 480 in it, that can fry an egg on it. And they decided to go, fuck you all, this ain't happening. I don't know what's going on. That could be they're secretly, stopping people from dodging you on marketplace and whatnot with these bullshit computers that they call gaming PCs, okay? Because everything has to be fucking brand new now and higher power consuming, frankly, anyway. But on a side note, a 600 watt power supply with a 300 watt graphics card in it ain't gonna supply enough power. Realistically, you probably want to go with like at least an 850, then at least you'll be at the 50% load rec. So I don't know how they got that fucking approved to begin with, according to this nonsense. It's already nonsense on top of nonsense on top of nonsense, you know what I mean? Like, I should be in that regulatory, like, if you want to enforce this, then by all means do so, but understand what the fuck you're doing, like, who's doing this shit, But where was I going? I'm getting lost on everything here. There's so much to fucking pick. But no offense to Jay, don't shoot the messenger, but can we go back just a second? I lost my train of thought because I really had a very potent conclusion to what I was saying, but there's just so much to hit on here that it's just freaking me out, and I'm not even a resident of the USA, let alone
It sucks, but a lot of people do it. They're not targeting gamers specifically. They're targeting gluttons.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. So instead of having all this enforced, all you need to do is make sure that system integrators and builders don't even send BIOSes that have this mandatory, okay? But system optimizers who send you out a system, don't enforce it through Microsoft and lose the ability to do so, but have the ability to toggle it on and off. It should be, and just have the settings set. The settings. It's not to do with the hardware, it's to do with the settings. You go into the settings and you simply set them for monitor 15 minutes. Okay. You simply set your C states to a set level. What does that mean? Well, I turn mine off completely. I don't have my computer in on mode whatsoever when it's off. It sleeps. I go, good night computer, I'm going to bed, so are you. Enjoy your box of a battery and power Versace. Get me? My computer hates me for it. It screams the next morning when I turn it on. I have both M and X. MX. Lol. You know, surprisingly, I don't know how it happened, but I end up getting the MX keys keyboard, which controls both M and X. Lol. And that was after the fact, so don't start. But there's a really good review, by the way, or an unboxing and additional review content on OPPC, guys. So check that out, y'all. I apologize for the camera clarity. That's a 4K webcam from Logitech. There's a review on that as well. There's a couple of reviews actually which give you a side-by-side comparison and that, but I've since then should be doing a follow-up review. It's under a 3-year warranty, and from my understanding it's lost its ability to utilize HDR function. Its HDR seems to be always on, so you don't get an accurate depiction of the lighting in here. It's a lot whiter. In fact, that whole wall is pink. You can only see a bit of that pinkness. Like, you get me? Sometimes I'd like to have the option of having HDR disabled, and that toggle, I toggle it on and off currently with the camera, and nothing changes. Like, nothing changes. Before it was like a night and day in effect. It could be borderline nighttime in this room, and I put HDR on, and with the right light technology that associated with the HDR technology on the Logitech 4K webcam Brio, it would shine like there's a light on in the room, and you could always see clarity. Get me? Now that's broken. Never dropped it or anything. It just, I don't know. I was worried that the camera was overheating because it gets really, really hot. It's like a heat sink when you touch it, even when you don't use 4K. But yeah, 4K on the other hand, for a $300+ camera, is ridiculous. It's pixelated. It's disgusting. I would have preferred to have, had I known this is the type of 4K I would have gotten, and I'll show you guys. Full camera. So look in the bottom corner over there. You have to look at the set camera pictures themselves. If you blow this screen up onto a 4K monitor, you will see the dustiness of this camera. Now, I've actually minimized the effect as much as I can by lowering the sharpness of the image. But by lowering the sharpness of the image, you cannot see the pixels. And the pixel density of a 4K capturing camera should be more effective than a 1080p, and shouldn't require you to smooth out the image from the snow effect I can see. It's disgusting that this camera is like this. Had I known this 4K camera would be worse than my 720p camera or my 1080p camera I've had in previous and yesteryear, had I known that I could have gotten a new camera for 1/3 of the price at the very least, that would have given me the same, if not similar, quality, and or if not better quality, then I would not have gone down that route. And I do show the difference in it. I don't express my concern as much as I am now, frankly. I would have preferred to have pocketed that money and put it towards my next phone after I'm out of contract from my current plan, so that then I would use my current phone, which is getting it's a few years old now. I use my current phone as a camera, and my new phone, which would be, I'd go for the best spec camera phone available within reason, that's under a maximum 24-month contract, as my next phone. And then I would take my SIM card and keep it in my old phone for use, and that one will be set up as a studio camera instead of a more expensive DSLR, which I can't afford, which isn't as practical. But why not just use the new phone? Because I want to have it set up in a more stable position. I don't want to have to continuously disconnect and reconnect it and whatnot. And then this will be the secondary camera as well. And it does give a clear image. The only problem is when it comes to this application, which is the live stream itself, guys. And I'm just checking if there are any comments. I apologize. By the way, welcome to OPPC. This is a live stream event. It's a special event coming at you straight from OPPC headquarters. Please hit the like and or subscribe button. Share to your friends and mates for all things PC related and tech news and reviews, unboxings and whatnot. I appreciate all the support, you all. This is an unscripted event and we're just going with the flow today. We've got some breaking news coming straight out of California. And yeah, we're dissecting that at the moment before we get into the main event, which is part of the title, which is the ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite unboxing and or PC build that we're going to be utilizing that cooler in. So yeah, coming back to the webcam, just to give you a roundup. In this applicatory task of the live stream, I know how to connect it. Like, it's another thing. It's like these videos can come from me, like left, right, and center. I could teach you how to do this. I could teach you how to do that. But there's so much I can do at one time. Maybe I'd have better success in teaching people how to use software rather than hardware, or reviewing hardware. I don't find it degrading. I find like I'm past the stage of being a peripheral reviewer. Do you know what I mean? I've done my peripheral duties, but they weren't live on screen, you know what I mean? But yeah, so you can't have, it's not an easy mechanism to be able to live stream of a webcam connected to your PC and be able to record at the same time, to be able to extract footage, to be able to visually see it, to be able to utilize it. Then there becomes a syncing issue where you have to sync both using excessive software and whatnot. It's all can be done. It just adds extra steps and layers and complexities, all for the purpose of getting a cleaner image. Something that could be considered. This is why I'm secretly wishing that Windows comes back to mobiles. This is why I've been trying to jailbreak / consider, because it's got enough RAM, but the Android software is so embedded. Like, you know, in theory you should be able to take it as a device and just go fuck it. I mean, I'm not going to get the great functionality out of it unless I chuck on a keyboard or something, but I want to put Windows on this device. Why? So that I can simply use it as a goddamn, you know what I mean? Or like the camera itself, there's software that that exists that allows you to do so. Paid for or not paid for, depending on the quality you want to get, okay? And extract from the phone. But the software has to be put on the phone and the operating system. Now, what I'm saying is, otherwise, when you connect the phone up, you only get so much functionality with the phone with Windows operating system. You get to transfer files. You can choose to just purely charge the battery. You can choose another option, or you can choose all of the above. You get me? And it's very simple. Allow the option of utilizing the camera. Simple. And all the software does is byproducts that, and it's like, well, we don't have that feature, but you technically do have the availability, Microsoft and or Android, for this to occur. Because the software that you use, the app that you get or buy that allows you to do this, allows for it to be the case without any form of additional hardware. What I was looking for, I'm hardware based, I'm a wired type of guy, okay? I was looking for a cable where I could connect up this to that and find it as a source, okay? Why not just use the software if you don't need the input lag, little things, you know? I can use the software and still have a cable and use it by USB and have it tethered, the source, but I still need the software. See what I mean? It doesn't make sense. But what the software technically does is allow for Windows, it allows for a set of features in Windows to be activated or deactivated to then be able to enable the option of this through the software then on your desktop or the app or the program that you're using to verify and visually see this, and then that program makes it an active source, which then I can find in OBS, for example. But if you understand anything, and I'm not a software type of guy, I'm not a programming man, I hate that, but I have a basic understanding that to do this, Windows has to be a platform that will allow for it to begin with. Get me? In the coding itself. Do you understand? So there is a way in Windows to get this done. You just might have to jump through 150 steps. And what the program does is when you press that button and you connect the phone, whichever means you connect the phone, when you press that button, okay, on, it executes a series of commands, okay, which enable that feature to exist. Get me? But those executable commands are based upon the operating system that's laid behind it. It has to get the operating system's permission. It has to allow the operating system to do this. Otherwise, you're still connecting this phone to the operating system, and this program is laid on top of the operating system itself. It's not controlling, the program's not controlling the operating system. The operating system has control over the program. Get me? And enables. So, doesn't make sense. But that's not the least of your worries today. Our problems rest with what the fuck is going on in the world today, y'all. Currently in the state of California. Let's finish this up, people.
And what I mean by gluttons is, and I'm guilty of this, I think all three of us in this room and probably thousands of you watching right now are completely guilty of walking away from your computer and leaving it on. That is what led to all of this. If you're also like me and you like to turn off a lot of the power saving modes and sleep mode, then we're definitely at fault for all this. But you can't necessarily fault the Power Utility, the Public Utilities Commission and the CEC for wanting to reduce this type of waste. I hope the way we explain the exemptions, the way the expandability score works, who's actually being regulated here, who's being targeted, puts a lot of you at ease, because really at the end of the day, unless you were going to buy an SI system, which I think a lot of SIs right now are still shipping to California, they haven't stopped, this doesn't really affect you right now. Monitors might. That's something coming December of this year, and I'm not going to even talk about monitors because you wouldn't even believe what we had to go through to dig up this level of information. Most of the people that are talking about this are just regurgitating and repeating an old 2016 LA Times story that has no information in it. And by the way, if you go to the CEC's website and you actually go through the drop downs to find this information and you click desktop computers, it says 404 not found. So the commission that is in charge of this can't even keep their website up to date. I'm just gonna end it there. Let that sink in.
Okay, y'all. I'm a little tired, frankly. I've had an interesting night, but I'm not going to wrap things up. We're only an hour into the stream. When it comes to gaming and whatnot, I was a 4 to 8 hour streamer on the average. Before we get into the unboxing video itself per se, I'm going to go against etiquette, and I can't play any music. I do have some DCMA approved music, but I'm not going to put you guys through that nonsense. It's good as background music, and there's a couple of bangers. And in essence, the hand-picked songs I've got, which are approved, are the bangers of its subject or its genre in that regards, meaning that's the best you're going to get, and it's not foreground music at all. It's better than lobby music, but you know what, we all know what lobby music's like. It's better than on hold music with a telecommunications company, but we all know what that music takes us through that. Yeah, let's move this over here. So another thing I wanted to get into was the MX keys, Logitech MX keys, the MX Master 3 mouse, upgraded from the 2S because the 2S failed on me, but the mouse was good enough to upgrade. If you're interested, there is a review that's a comprehensive review on the 2S as opposed to the 3, and whether it's worth buying one or the other, either or both, if they're available in your area for the prices which are currently advertised. Also, the MX Keys unboxing video, where I explain a lot in the unboxing. That's essentially a pure unboxing video, but I do give you a lot of information, and the follow-up was meant to be to do with how Flow performs. That's a secret sauce which people can't get to work properly. I found using Bluetooth and the unifying receiver on one end and the other end, there was slight lag in between going from one system to the other. But the trick is, if you can get 2 unifying receivers, which you should have if you have 2 devices, okay, you pair both up to each on both computers, and no lag whatsoever, instantaneous transferring of the mouse cursor seamlessly in real current time from one computer to the other. Copy and paste is as fast as your network allows for. You're basically dragging, dropping items from one desktop to the other. It's what it is. It's flow. It increases your flow efficiency. It's a very, very good, very strong program that works well if you can get it running. It can be buggy if you don't know what to do and you don't set it up properly. And some people have dropouts. I have not been experiencing a problem ever since I set it up in this fashion. Amazing bit of software. I could not go without. I don't know how much I appreciate it until for some reason it's not available to me. Allows for more space on the work. Allows for more workspace, more desk space, more desktop real estate. You know, so I can have a pen and pad at handy. I don't have to have two. I do have a backup anyway. That's partially a sentimental attachment to an old keyboard. It's one of my oldest pieces of peripheral / hardware. It's an old Gigabyte board, and the delete key is bashed to a the key on this that's failing the most is the delete key. Go figure. So you know what I use this for. It's my special board, and I've sort of having a break from dealing with a lot of systems, so it's part of M system now as a backup keyboard just in case. Otherwise, the mouse and keyboard here. Keyboard on the other hand, to change, it's instantaneous. It's just, 1, 2, and you just press 1 or 2 once you set it up, and it's flick of a switch. There's no lag. Unlike, say, I have a Rapoo wireless keyboard, which used to go funny. It's like it was possessed. The characters, it would lag out on when you write. To change things, there'd be a split-second delay as well, and you just didn't have that flow you needed. It wasn't responsive when you wrote, and it would just, yeah. And this is what I have not put down in a solid review yet, and these features should be standard on basic keyboards, and they're becoming standardized. But thank you, Logitech, for producing such a great product if utilized effectively, because it's great. Now, coming back to what we're doing today. And that's, you can see all that on the channel OPPC. Links are in the description below. Hit out our channel on YouTube first, guys, and follow there or subscribe for content. I don't bash you with notifications. You can always make sure that they're off. Have them off by default and actively turn them on for the channels you want. But maybe for the smaller channels, give them a chance first. Give the tech community a chance, and by that I mean not LTT, not Steve from Gamers Nexus. Even Hardware Unboxed is a bit frivolous nowadays. No offense to Jay. Hardware. There's a lot of places that you start to funnel down. Even Marcus Brownlee, have their notifications off. I'd recommend. Put people like my notifications on, because the algorithm just pushes them into your face anyway. The whole object of YouTube is to keep you watching, but it should be your choice what you watch. So yeah, I'm struggling to get organic growth personally, because It's just not the YouTube of yesteryear. Yesteryear, I didn't even try and I get 10,000, 20,000 views on my videos. That's not enough to even earn a single dollar on YouTube. But the funny thing is, this time around, I thought I'd give it a go, a crack, refine my art, get better each video. Mate, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. So yeah, I've just said fuck it. I'm just gonna do it whenever I'll deem fit, and I'm not gonna be as serious anymore. I always try to provide concise, diligently put information that reflects the full scope of the picture at hand, or required disclaimers in place that emphasize what the video is exactly, partially to mitigate haters and partially to give you an understanding of what you're going to get and what to expect. If I don't know something, I don't make heaps up. I source my information and I cross-reference those sources regardless of who they are. And I speak from experience. When I speak from experience, you know it's fact as well, you know. And I've got a lot of experience pertaining to hardware going back 20 years or so. Avid overclocker. I have not done any overclocking videos yet. There's a couple I tried where things went haywire. Of course I'm getting, that's the third message since the stream started. I seem to get popular in the wrong end of the spectrum. It's goddamn between the hours of like 9 and 10 or 10 and 11 this morning in Melbourne, Australia, and I've gotten 3 messages in the last hour on a weekday, just randomly. It's probably my phone telling me, hey bro, I can hear you, yo, and Bixby will start up in a second. You know, I like it when Bixby goes, I sort of didn't understand what you said, but there it is. And the F-bomb said about 15 times spelled correctly. I'm like, thanks, Bixby. But yeah, what we'll do is, you can't see much, okay? I'm going to bring it in. You guys can see the so now you can see that snow effect? That's 4K for you, y'all. But anyway, the Ice Giant, see how subtle it is. That's a black box, guys. What's in the box? In the box, in the box today. So that's why that view over here, down there, is active, so you can get a better view. Over here is actually my little workspace slash this extra desk is what I work on. I chuck some wheels on it and it can float around the room, otherwise it gets in the way. But I can have it as a floating desk in the center. Generally I will put a camera back over here and have it faced out that way. It will give a different perspective of the room. That's when I'm in work mode, build mode. I do build on that side in that regards. So much I can do. I wish I had an ensuite now. I wish I had a studio, but I don't. And until there's some form of organic growth, I can't justify reinvesting nothing into something, you know, when I've got nothing from it. But I would. I'd reinvest it all. You know what I mean? But this, just to cut a long story short, can be utilized for all Intel CPUs going back to 775 socketed, not including 775 socketed CPUs regarding Intel. Okay. It can go back to AM2, 2 plus. We'll double check that. The socket didn't change much to AM3 in that regards. And definitely AM4. But also, surprisingly, it's got compatible sockets available for your thread rippers. Okay, so yeah, that's inclusive. So unlike, I'm already getting into it. I do need a short break. So I don't want to dick tease you guys around too much. But unlike certain other places where they could just provide you with an additional bracket and the cooler's adequate enough for cooling something like a thread ripper, you have to buy a separate thing for that, you know what I mean, to get that, you know. And I'll use that example later on, because what we'll do is before we lean into the unboxing of this, we'll have a short discussion on conventional cooling in general, as well as what I'm currently using in both my systems and where this is exactly going to fit into the mix regarding those systems, and or hint another system we've got on the table. Okay, so guys, give me about 5 minutes, y'all, and I shall be right back. Okay, people, I'm back. We're active, but give me 2 more seconds because these messages are piling up. Thank you for that reminder. It's all bots. Gmail wants to tell me that there's a login problem with me logging in on my own system. Okay. Someone's just written in that there is an audio problem. I acknowledged that and noticed that at the beginning because I had to reset up my setup for OPPC, and yes, thank you. So there is someone that does care out there. Perhaps writing it in the chat would have been more applicable, frankly, than sending me a direct message live on stream. Serves me right for not being a true professional and having everything on silent, which I will put it on vibrate for the time being. And on top of this, we'll clear all that because we have one person interested in what I'm regretfully getting rid of. By the way, the person on Marketplace that sent me a message at 4:30 this morning waking me up because I have my phone always active. I expect people to be courteous, and it's there because in case someone is having an emergency, then I can wake up because it clearly must be important that hour, or worst case scenario, something else happens, you know, so you get woken up by that. Otherwise, if you have it on, you know, it's not a case of what serves you right, you should have had it on mute when you were asleep. No, people don't inquire about things at 4:30 in the morning. And at the very least, if they do, because that's your operating system, say you're an early riser and while you're having your breakfast, that's what you're doing, you know, 3/4 of the day later, you probably already had lunch. So if someone responds to you, at the very least, say something like, sorry, I'm not interested in the more or anything. Do you get me? You like those pen bashers that just like, is this available? Is this available? You're asking about, I've got 2 monitors, which I'm selling at a premium price because they're in great condition and are pretty much brand new. But premium, I mean as in a high value item in comparison to a lot of junk that's sold on Marketplace. Okay. Better value and great value for what they are. Okay. But people still don't have the common decency to attach a personalized message that automatically to me shows an expression of interest that's more valuable than someone just asking you if it's available on the automated touchpad response for a buyer to initiate a conversation with the seller. You get me? And then when I respond, there's no response afterwards even. What the fuck's going on? Now, by the way, if you want to learn a little bit and perhaps see my interaction with some buyers and some sellers on Facebook Marketplace, then by all means have a look at the OPPC channel. There is a series which I shall be continuing shortly. Probably in the next couple of weeks we'll start it up again, and it's called the PC Master Race. in the FB marketplace. And that's and I tend to go, let's go, people. But that's a lot more in your face, and I will have to reset up certain things for that. We'll see how we go, because coming back to a long story short, first time ever I'm going to respond to yes, it's available. My phone, of course, needs an update as well. Cut a long story short, we're going to try to keep this short now. We're an hour and a half into the stream, and I'm not going to timestamp this, so if you're here now, you've come for essentially what the title entails, which is the ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite. It's a thermo-siphon cooler. We're going to unbox it right now to an nth degree. I'm not going to go through everything, but what this is tech that's been around on an industrial level. Just double checking the camera, it's all good. Tech that's been around on an industrial level for a number of years. It's been shrunken in us and made smaller. It's been made smaller still by ICEGIANT from that prototype. Someone who, I hate to send you there, but Linus did have it on. It had the prototype sent to him back in 2019. You'd have to track down that video, I believe. I did see it before Linus got that prototype at a event of that same year where it was showcased. Very promising stuff. And yeah, before we unbox this, we're going to discuss the options for cooling that we have currently. Okay, so I'll pop that aside. Now, conventionally speaking, we're all used to our air coolers, be it what they are. I wouldn't suggest this one. It's an odd little thing, it's a little circle. Surprisingly, this is a very old cooler, and this is what Intel's coming out with today. They've gone from something that's a bit more solid and copper plating to an outdated little thing that pops up, hasn't got proper dispersion, it's not copper plated, and for the majority of CPUs that have a density in the CPU that spreads across the IHS, the circle doesn't even cover the CPU completely. So for anything other than stock running of operations and smaller capacity CPUs regarding core counts and any workloads being associated with them, this is inadequate in this day and age and unacceptable. Just an example, as long as I don't drop anything. For example, this is older, heavier, thicker, still a small circle, but circle on a flat. Then there's an indentation on that, so it's still a little bit iffy. Thermal taste might make some more friction there. Much more hardcore rave style cooler. That's a no-no, by the way, with fans, but we all do it. Don't do that while they're not operational. We'll recommend mechanism. Has not got the clip-in effect, screw-ins. I believe this came from, I don't know where it came from, something decent, where I'd hate to say it was like a Dell computer or something from back in the day, but because the scary, I believe it's a HP part then. the scary part is if you had a look at Steve's one of Steve's latest reviews on an Alienware PC and the cooler that's inside. Yeah, it's scary because it's like we're going backwards in time. But it's not to say, look, if you don't have a high-end CPU and or whatnot, then generally speaking, it will work and it will run hot. But the cooling is adequate enough to keep it in the safe zones and meet spec in that regards. So you can save some money on that in that regards. Go back a little further and suddenly the copper is a little bit wider. It's got a bit of film paste on that. That would be inadequate at covering the 4 cores and that, which would have been centered in the CPU anyway. I've got a few here for purposes of, you know, replacements and or checking. For example, you know, like this is going to be modded for an L&T pot one day, I'm thinking. But, you know, that's 700 grams of copper. It's an old server cooler or top power cooler. Can you see the indentation of the CPU? That's the object of the game, to cover that CPU completely with a flat surface that then dissipates the heat through the cooling capabilities of the cooler. And that's what we're looking at doing today effectively with our next build. This is overkill, but as you can see, it works. You can't see it works, but that's what works. Now, what I've got cooling in this PC, this is in my streaming setup / recording computer currently, and it is what I'm going to do in the meantime is we're going to be a bit more professional. I'll be able to hear my voice a little less effectively. What we've got in there is a 97K that is being powered by or being cooled adequately by one of these. This is the bare bones structure of the cooler. As you can see, cooling wise, it's got something that's a bit more standardized today pertaining to the minimum spec requirements of something that can perform adequate cooling. And by that I mean the spread on it will fill that whole CPU on a flat. You can't tell that it's still got a bit of thermal paste on it because I am a tight butt when it comes to things. And yeah, that thermal paste's got a little bit of a cure on it that just adds that little bit more. You know, no it doesn't, I'll clean it off by the next time I use it. So this one's produced by Be Quiet. Okay, it comes with a fan that's a pull / an internal fan that's technically pushing and pulling, and gives you the option of a third fan with a bracket that you can attach a third fan to. In the case per se over here, which we've got over here, we've got 2 intake 200mm fans. You can see that. I've got the fan there pushing, got the internal fan, got a third fan, got an exhaust right next to it, got 2 topside exhausts, and that's for 97K. That's overclocked on 5.1 gigahertz on all cores.
I did have a one stage on a variable overclock varying from 5.3 down to 5.1. We did change that up after a bit of mucking around and operating system reinstalls and tweaking and whatnot. A friend of mine actually decided to, I don't know if it was April Fool's that day as well, frankly, he decided to update my BIOS without consulting me. What the fuck? It's like, that's like touching someone's, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a no-go. Like, you at least ask first, you know, if you know what you're doing, like, because that wiped all my settings, obviously. It's not like a dual BIOS motherboard or anything. Anyway, so it's powered by this. It used to be powered, the 97K, by a 360mm radiator. When that was the case, it was in the H500M case that we got behind me to my left, okay, which is the sister or the brother, big brother case to this one here, which is just the H500, I believe. That's a premium model over there. Okay, it's sturdier. This is the dulled down version, slightly smaller. Okay, but I wanted an aesthetic, a set aesthetic. And it won't fit a 360mm rad topside, so I did have to put it on air. It gave me the option of having that 360mm rad, which now I'm trying to sell to pay off the new computer I've got, or which I'm planning on building. And air is, it's doing adequately. It's doing fine. It's doing great. In fact, it's until the ambient temperature in the room increases. We're going through winter at the moment. There are no problems, no sweats literally with it. For example, in idle state even, both computers are like cold fans, frankly. That's what I feel coming from them. And that's a great thing. You can have some CPUs in current days, even on idle, running at 40 to 50 degrees at times, spiking and hitting in an idle state, which is crazy. This one's probably running at, if I was to remember, between 25 to 30 or something on idle, which is just standard, nothing special. In its overclocked state and high frequency capacity on all cores, that's pretty decent on air. On the other hand, we've got I did have a 3900 XT system that got shut down. That was my workhorse. So the 97K was a gaming PC. Since then, we've had because of a lack of stock and availability to replace that under the RMA process, the warranty process, if you want to check that information and the ins and buts about that, just check out my videos at OPPC entitled As Such, or my the stream where I cry for hours and or whatnot. Something I didn't tell warranty was that technically it should have been voiding the warranty, but I did AMD a favor. Compared to default, I had it overclocked on all cores, but I had it undervolted as well, and like precision boost wasn't enabled, all this stuff wasn't enabled. This was purely to have it render, and it took me a couple of months to get it up and running, and I only managed to get an actual month's worth of usage out of the 6 months I had the chip. Fell in love with it. It was great. A couple of times I sussed out the scores on Cinebench R20 at the time, and very, very comprehensive. I won't get into the scoring itself. Let's just say it does well. On a technicality, it's 2,000 points between, on R20, it was hitting that 3900 XT more, 2,000 more than its replacement, which does the same job now that it used to do. But since then, the 97K has also changed into my storing solution PC. I've got a converted HDD bracket that can handle 5 spindle drives in it, and then on top of that I can put the original 2 spindle drive holder and stack that with the original from that, which can go on for another 4 if I was to so desire. How I connect that exactly is another story, but that's got 4 spindles in there. I do the best I can with what I've got available, and I could only afford 2 terabyte drives at the time. I already had 2 2s, so I just naturally got another 2 2s for 8 terabytes combined storage for raw data and working purposes, before I then have to mitigate that data and fine tune it and put it into its last form of storage, essentially. That's set in a RAID array fashion, so it's an 8 terabyte drive. I understand the risks involved in that. If one fails, it all fails. I did need a slight boost in performance, frankly, to be able to put this data onto those drives. I don't like waiting all day for this sort of thing. I can't afford an 8 terabyte NVMe by any means straight, you know. So it unleashed the bottleneck, which is the drive's capacity to read the information that's coming across, by setting it up in that RAID array 0 fashion as well. Now, coming back to solutions, so we've got air cooling, for example, and for the computer which I'm planning on making my editing rig / rendering rig / perhaps second adequate gaming rig, if I ever manage to have enough money for a graphics card, where I need 2 rather than 1, but essentially that one which is failing in regards to the ports would go onto my editing rig and or streaming / recording rig, and has adequate ports for that. This has got a capture card in it as well, which I got gifted to me years ago. A friend goes, "Here, see if you can get that to work," and I managed to get it to work. So he flipped the fuck out, didn't he? Because he was having a nightmare at the time with it, supposedly. But yeah, so we've got, to cut a long story short, I had to add money but get a lower performing chip that costs less, but I had to get the motherboard for it, which was 10900K. Why I went to 10900K when the 1100 was out was I went with my gut. I needed the cores specifically. I did not care about any perceived benchmarks. Okay. 10900K, 10 cores, 20 threads. I was coming from a 3900 XT with 12 cores and 24 threads. So I was already stepped down. I couldn't step down to 8 cores then and expect it to be just as efficient regardless of any IPS gains or anything like that that may or may not have existed. Okay, I didn't have the option of replacing that 3900 XT. I got a refund instead, and there were no 5000 series chips available at the time, which I would have to have managed to get to work as well with the motherboard I had. We won't get into that further because I'll elaborate on that in a second. whether I had the right gear to begin with. But yeah, we've got a 10900K now. That, on the other hand, and its cooling solution, they run hot. They run hot. So when I speak about idle temperatures, I speak about it. People, you know, they're not a good chip unless you've got adequate cooling. I'll tell you that much. You know, because it's useless if it's thermal throttling. It's a useless chip anyway. So we've got it currently running on idle. Well, it's running some stuff in the background. You can see it flaring up. It's on a random split there at the moment, which is randomized. And on idle, it's running at 13 degrees on all cores. Yes. Because I'm a weirdo. That's what I do. I'm a weirdo. So I get attracted to cooling and illustrious cooling. I'm annoyed because I try to get on this group channel. Just imagine them called Extreme PC, and all they do is showcase their water cooling capabilities and tubes and stuff. You know what I mean? You know what's extreme? A goddamn tech is extreme. Master Liquid ML360 Sub-Zero. Okay? So that's another cooling solution. So unlike the AIO, which would be adequate enough for that cooler, the 360mm rad, I wanted something a little more accurate, a little more adequate. This has a tech associated with it. And to cut a long story short, we're not showcasing this today, but it's capable of sub-ambient, sub-zero cooling in unregulated mode. Okay, this is in conjunction with Intel, produced by Master Liquid. There is an EK block variant of this. Does not come with the AIO and whatnot. This is like an all-enclosed one, while that version's an open loop one. A person that you may, I'll send you straight to his channel, DeBauer. Look him up. It's got a German and English version of all his videos. He's a great YouTuber as well. He has a bit of fun with the EK variant of this. From my understanding, the Cooler Master variant, it's the same software that runs it. The block itself looks a little nicer from EK, but the convenience of the Cooler Master one is another thing for the price, for what you get and what you pay. And then on top of that, it's a similar price to the EK block, but you get nothing else, and you still have to provide the actual loop itself and everything inclusive. Now, depending on your setup, that may or may not help you or not. But yeah, so I've got that computer set again on, I've had it higher. I can have it much higher because of this cooler. One day we will showcase it running in unregulated mode, which is full of disclaimers and whatnot. You run the risk of causing condensation to form and water to form on the motherboard itself, which will short circuit things out and potentially brick your shit. You know, so you are completely aware of it when you put it into that mode. I've only kept it in cryo mode. I need it as a working PC. One day we'll have fun with it. One day in the future, I'm not in a position to rip into my CPUs. They are worked in and woken up ever so gently and nursed into the clocks that I have them in for all day overclocking purposes, for all day running, and to stay within spec guidelines plus -10 or more degrees at full loads. That's why instead of the 360mm rad or the X72 Kraken, which I had available for, I opted out. That was going to go as part of my test bench / if I ever got around to being in a position to reinvest into this and setting myself up. But I have to now pay off the chip which I've got. This PC is going to eventually make its way into the kitchen, which is going to upgrade the 7700, which the family member uses, because of the fact that I'd like them to be experiencing Windows 11 without the hoops to go through to get that system running Windows 11. I'd like to have them up to date and with current operating systems and whatnot, and not be left in the dust. Yeah. So that's going to be a massive headache. It's going to make probably the new computer also the storage PC, surprisingly, even though it's going to be the work PC and the rendering PC. The 10900K is going to become the gaming PC. I'm not saying that the 97K is going to be left in the dust. It's going to be utilized more than it is now, potentially making Em essentially a little happier, because she gets grumpy when she's not used. She likes to scream out randomly like there's background shit going on. It's like, hey, use me, bitch. But yeah, that's just a quirk in certain computers. It's a weird thing where you ever notice when there's no load and suddenly there's something going on and you're like, what's going on? Task manager, let's have a look quickly. What's going on here? You know what I mean? Am I being hacked? Is someone mining with my computer in the background? But yeah. And it turns out it's the RGB or some shit, with Aces, which is just insane the way it's done. I forgot all about that because I had them set up differently once. But yeah, so that computer stock-wise can hit 5.3 on set cores and whatnot. I've got it downclocked in that regards, but I've got it overclocked again on 5.1 gigahertz currently. I can optimize it further. I haven't had the time to do so, but it's just a simple 5.1 gigahertz clock on all cores. In this case, 10 of them. Like I said, idling at 13 degrees. Under heavy load, like say a Cinebench run, she's obviously hitting 100% capacity, and she will hit 72 degrees and no higher in cryo mode the way I've got her set up. That's partially because of the optimization at OPPC. We work with what we got. So it's Optimum Performance PC. It doesn't necessarily mean the most expensive stuff in the world, but it's optimized as much as we can within the time frame and constraints and availability that we have available to us. That's what we aim to achieve. And I've got her teetering at a set level that when she's temperature driven as well, so when she hits 72, she'll downclock on all cores under an AVX load set to 5 gigahertz on all cores. And what you end up finding is that it's a nice balance between the CPU going up and down on an AVX load from 5.1 to 5 gigahertz all cores, and it just sits on that 70 to 72 bracket and never goes higher. As soon as it hits 72, I could take it up and it can easily rip through it, and I could rip through it at a higher frequency in that regards. But I want to keep it below 80 for for the longevity of the chip. The chip's TDP, I believe, is 105 or whatever it is, but I mean, not TDP, temperature max is like 105. I like to drop at 10 and then drop at 10 on top of that and then not go over that, but I found that this figure on this clock, on the voltages that I'm running at it, is great, and long-term wise, it can run the load all fucking day and it won't be an issue or concern, you know. Gaming wise, currently I've got the 2070 in X over here. M's running the 1050 Ti. It's the best I got. That's another reason why M has to potentially go replace the 7700, because that's got an unsupported 750 Ti. Surprisingly, I found that in Hard Rubbish one year. Before the COVID crisis, people were already chucking out cards like that of a 2 gigabyte capacity. It's fine for the purposes of browsing and movies and whatnot for the kitchen PC and recipes and stuff like that. But it's recently and or losing support in August, I believe, from NVIDIA. Doesn't mean it still won't work, but like, for example, the base minimum for certain games currently, recommended requirements are 750 Ti's for certain games. So why current games with recommendations of that GPU still are current, and yet NVIDIA's dropping support for it is a little bit early, I think. I think 7 series should still have support. We just dropped support for 6 series cards. And I feel sorry for a budget-orientated gamer system that I sold over a year and a bit now ago, which had a 660 Ti in it. Okay. I guess it makes sense that every year after that you probably drop support for the next one, but you know, for that kitchen PC, it's one of those PCs that a lot of puzzle games get played on and things like that. A lot of social media gets utilized. And one of the family members, I tried to get them into a bit more of a hardcore game in that regard. So like Tetris Eternity or whatever it is, you know, like Immaculate Tetris, you know, like Tetris on show, you know, Tetris, you know. And the minimum requirement to play that Tetris game is a 750 Ti. Can you believe that? That's a minimum spec recommendations to play that game. It's Tetris, for fuck's sake. But yeah, I think it's still a bit premature. For example, I don't generally do so when I get stuff. It's only later in their lifespan that I have the unlocked variants of things and I then overclock them. At the beginning, I tend to play around and see the potential, make sure that voltages, I clock them as such to a level that's more to default, but I lower those voltages potentially, which may be running rampant. I noticed that more so with the 3900 XT system, that on default for it to boost to set levels was in idle state, boosting where it was spiking to that level at upwards of 1.5 volts. I thought that was crazy. I did the chip a favor at the 4.475 volts on all cores. I had that 12 core 24 threaded processor that died on me suddenly and without reason, was set at 1.3 volts or just under. It was a golden chip. I paid for the better bin quality, the XT variant. I was dreading what I was going to get, because even with an XT bin chip, there was no likelihood that I was going to get the same quality of that chip, you know, the capacity for it to do something like that. A good overclock on a chip like that, you know, you'd be happy with 4.3, 4.35, 4.4 even. It could hit 4.5 easily on all cores. Cooling wise, max load rendering CPU application specific, during the middle of summer, where the ambient temperature was borderline 40 degrees in this room, on a Dark Rock Pro 4, it hit 80 degrees. It was teetering on 79, 80 degrees. And I said to myself after that day, because that was the hottest I ever got it to, I said to myself after that day, you can't do that during summer. It shall have to be, better cooling solution shall have to be applied, and or 10 to 15 degrees less ambient temperature, which will drop that temperature of that render in that sense and that workload for that PC. Still in spec, and it was only for a set period of time nearing the end of the render that it hit that, you know, but it couldn't cope, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not happy with it going over a set period of time, because it's just working too much. Yeah, within specs, and yeah, had it been set on default and on its own, it would have been throwing volts at it, and it would have been overheated. It wouldn't have been capable of doing what I was asking it to do. So yeah, I would have found out instantaneously that the chip was a dud, probably, because one day I went to turn it on and it just would not turn on. I don't know what happened with it. The irony was, because we were in the middle of summer, I decided to get a better cooling solution for it. And I was going to put it on super duper air cooling, get me? By super duper air cooling, I meant a new case, but what I had in that case was suffocating. I had a case that had a cover here. It was a Cooler Master case as well. It only had intake here and ever so slightly on the slit here, which straight away you would see within a couple of days dust would form and clog up those intakes. It doesn't mean I couldn't feel air coming out the exhaust, but for some reason, in comparison to when I put my hand behind this PC or the other one, it's like a fan blowing out, you know, when it's especially under loads, because all the fans are optimized at the very least on the BIOS level, if not induced by cam or whatnot, depending on which computer it is and for what reason I've got it running and how. I prefer to start on the BIOS level with the availability and options there and set it manually there, and not rely on additional software that only will come into fruition once you're in the operating system. But yeah, to cut a long story short, the fans I was using, I was thinking maybe could have contributed, so getting something along the lines of Nocturas may have helped. I had a secret, I might actually have it right here to show you also. I'll give you guys a look. Props, it's where it's at. Props is where it's at. Guess what? We got it right here. Long story short, this fan broke. the only time I need it. This used to be my overclocking fan, so what I would do is I would set it aside just here, for example, and it can just stand there, and it probably so if I had a motherboard set up, it would just spin adequately. She a thick boy. It probably still work. She's pretty thick in comparison to if I show you a 200mm fan of today's era. What we call this is literally called a big boy fan. 200mm fan, nothing out of the ordinary. Molex driven. Okay, don't shoot the messenger. Manual switch, low, medium, high. Produced by Antec. Look up 200mm fans over the last, say, 10 years or so on a consumer level, and have a look at the amount of air they can drive. Okay. The best performing one is literally this one. Okay. So I had managed to squeeze this unconventionally into a position as a topside back exhaust in this case. So this case was updating, plus I got this case for that chip to then intake wise, I know they're great. They move a lot of air. It doesn't seem like it at times, because generally speaking 200mm fans can run at a lower RPM. They're quieter, but they move a large volume of air through the case. You don't notice it as much, okay, but it's occurring, and that's a great thing about them. Combined with, you know, intake that and the exhaust, all switched over to what we're going to be from the 360mm radiator, specific Be Quiet fans, as well as so essentially that computer was like Black Stealth then became, would have been if I just turned the lights out and stuff. But yeah, because I was unconventional, I managed to screw this in on a pop there and a pop on that side. Okay, it literally was as wide as the case. Okay, had it in here, right? It's the first thing that had to go in. Okay, first thing that had to go in, and it's the last thing that came out again after I popped it in there. And I don't know what I applied some pressure to the top here, and I just felt this. It was slightly warping, I guess. That's how snug the fit was. I guess it wasn't perfect after all. And I freaked the fuck out. Thank God for the air cooler underneath. That brick shithouse, because had there been an AIO or something, it would have hit the top side of the graphics card. It would have hit some sort of internal component. The amount of force that was, I freaked out. I've had a industrial fan go that sounded similar, like a server fan, a big server fan, but that had a ball bearing go flying, and I smelled gunpowder. That was insane. Thank God I wear glasses, I'll tell you that much. And it's a shame I haven't tried this fan since, but considering it's only broken here, it could still work as my overclocking / over VRMs for old school boards fan. We'll give it a try one day. It's a waste losing it. It's a shame it's not completely together anymore. I'm not going to super glue it back, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't work, but it can still work. I mean, I guess it might lose 5% or 10% capacity of its maximum, which still puts it up well above 3/4 of the 200mm fans today regarding the capacity for it to move air. Not as pretty, but that's the point about it. It's not always about looks. It's Optimum Performance PC first, RGB comes second. If it can be brought into the mix, then it's just a bonus nowadays for me. That's how I operate anyway. It doesn't mean that, you know, optimally performing RGB software can't be considered and or talked about as well. Generally speaking, I will speak of the opposite, where certain RGB software is inadequate and or inefficient, or I can't understand why it's running the CPU so heavily in the background where its competition doesn't make a blimp. You know, once you set things up, once it's set, once you got it on a specific, you know, it should be done and dusted, and that's how it is. In fact, you should be able to borderline, if you can do it on a BIOS level and or integrate it to the computer, you should be able to turn off once you've got the settings you want, unless it's audio enhanced. And you know, I do say RGB is second, but both computers are responsive to audio. So I've actually got that set up on them. But unless it is, then you should be able to turn off that software, and that default color palette should still remain that you've chosen. It's like memory that shouldn't be volatile. It's like, say, settings on a Razer keyboard that if you were to take that keyboard somewhere else, the option for those profiling should be set on a chip on the keyboard as well, rather than just in the cloud or whatever it might be. Certain things like that do exist, and certain things like that don't exist where they should exist, and vice versa, if you get my drift. Just something that some vendors should consider, especially if they want to advertise the products as movable products. You can't always hit into the cloud, especially if they want to advertise things as tournament edition products, whatever it might be. Then maybe you want to bring your own keyboard to the tournament. If it's tournament thingo, well, you know, there might be a set amount of profiles that may be legitimate to that. Then what the hell are you going to reset that shit up at the tournament? You know what I mean? You've got the luxury of saving time by having the shit set up to begin with. Obviously not talking about macros and whatnot, but because I don't think that would be tournament grade standard or available. Macros are technically cheating, by the way. But anyway, so that's our cooling there, and that's how hardcore air would become. So we've gone over our time frame. So that left us with essentially I bought for a while, which I had on sale, and this is the reason, so don't shoot me, why for the 3900 XT at the time I have a B550 motherboard. Now we're going to do a slight review over this motherboard as well. Not all B550 motherboards are the same. Understand this, people. Understand this, y'all. I did my research. I don't care what Hardware Unboxed says. I don't care what Set People says. The proof is in the pudding. Okay, so here we've got an MSI B550 carbon or gaming carbon Wi-Fi AMD motherboard, okay? Gen 4 capabilities both in the graphics slot top side and your NVMe, okay? So IO wise and capability wise, it's a pedigree B550 motherboard. I'll say it as simply as that. It's the best B550 you get, where recommendation means and or would suggest that if that's the case, go with the next level up, which is your X570, I believe. And your X570, on the other hand, has the abilities for more channels, blah, 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 more IO shield, USB ports and things like that, compatibility, you know, where otherwise you are wasting money on the B550. Okay. So in my defense, I didn't go there at the time because I'd done my research, and unless I spend another set amount of dollars to get the pedigree versions of that X570, from my understanding, the fans in those at that time were failing on a lot of those boards. There were issues with that. They had to address that. They had to address the VRMs themselves weren't extremely good and or coping with set workloads that were being applied to them on set boards. And I needed something that like I said, I needed something that where the VRMs had a set standard such I could trust. And surprisingly, you know, like Tomahawks back in the day were goodish, but this has, we'll have a look at it. I'll take you in closer to it. So essentially what's in the box. It's how I roll, people. Like, I put it back in the box. I had it for sale for a while. No one wanted to buy it. They were gooses for it. They really had the chance for a really good motherboard. Very solidly built, this B550. Look at the VRM. I mean, look at the heatsink dump on that. Top side, bottom side. Okay. 12-phase solution. You can see the MOSFETs. Like, you can see the quality. Under active load, with a heat gun directly on them. Okay, 60 degrees tops. 60 degrees. Get me? If you know anything about the amount of temperature these can handle and what they should be at and what's a bad temperature, we're talking another 40 degrees before we got massive issues. But 60 degrees is pissant. Get me? At its worst case use case scenario. And you got places that are just dropping the bomb on MSI. MSI has come such a long way. One of the first main newer family PCs we had was from an X58 motherboard that I recently had to sell to pay off the chip that's now going in this. Really reluctant. I just sold an FX8350 as well, with a board that ran that. Really reluctant as well, because one day I was going to take that to a world record standard at over 8.2 gigahertz. I know I was, but hey, it's not going to happen now. That's fine, because what we got in the process is a caliber chip that hopefully will suffice. Now, this will I/O wise, it's just got enough. It's got the antennae for the Wi-Fi built in, to 2.5 gigabyte LAN, Wi-Fi 6, Bluetooth, all the bells and whistles for a B550 is pretty decent. 2 NVMe slots availability, 2 graphic ports available. We've got your Gen 4, up here. Few PCIe slots as well for additional componentry, so / capture card will come in and whatnot. Ample room and can handle the Gen 4 bandwidth capabilities of the newer school cards. If I ever manage to get my hands on one, I won't have the luxury for a number of years, unfortunately, but this will remain with me for a number of years as a computer, which I will have with a chip that I'm going to put into it. And I'm confident that with the cooling solution I've got for this chip, I'm not going to give you a full rundown of this board. I'm just going to say that it's adequate. With the cooling that we have for this chip that we're about to get to and discuss, water cooling is recommended. Okay, so what we've got here, that we are coming to that ICEGIANT to unbox and have a look at what the hell's in the box. This ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite. What is the ProSiphon? What's a ThermoSiphon? We've just got a Ryzen. So I've got a Ryzen CPU in a crappy little box. The 3900 XT came in like this nice box that you like, you know, and this, look at it. Look at it here. Look at this. Imagine it, like I pick up my CPUs, especially specifically for myself. I order them and I'm like, I have to be able to pick it up though. Why? Because if this was sent to me, look at this shit. And you know Ryzen CPUs, now watch me press that in. Look how flimsy that shit is. I don't think much of it's, you know, like, it's over $1,000 this CPU. You know what I mean? So I'm annoyed with the packaging that they, even for that, firmware solution sold separately. This box includes I am the Ryzen processor and installation instructions. Anyway, so we've got our Zen 3 architecture AMD socket AM4 chip. 72 megabytes of cache, it's unlocked. Liquid cooling is recommended, so it don't even come with the cooler. Like, you don't even get that nice Wraith cooler. You couldn't have chucked it in for the fuck of it, for the price. 5000 series processor, Ryzen 9, 5950X. I know it's not the XT variant, unfortunately. It's 5950X. I mean, it's the best I could get, technically. True. So let's pop that over here. On a side note, after losing all that, speaking of chips and the FX8350 and the X58 motherboard that ran the i7-930, we do have another chip over here. Speaking of chips, got about 33 grams worth of gold in it. Really? Does that? That doesn't look like 33 grams. It's 100% gold. So if you knock it down to 18 karat or 14 karat or 9 karat, you can get 33 grams worth of it. Mix that with some of that copper. And I got that. And it's a PC which I'm going to try to get up and running. Maybe I'll salvage some e-waste and get that running. I don't know if you can see it there. 486 Intel. So that's cool, but coming back to this chip, we need some adequate cooling. Now, from my experience, one, will you be able to get the chip running? Yes. I believe the BIOS is new enough. If not, better have the ability to be able to flash that shit without a CPU and or RAM installed in it to do it. And yeah, don't you need a good motherboard for that? Thank God that B550 ain't a shit motherboard. Like I said, thank you, Hardware Unbox. Up yours sometimes, guys. I started off with another series, by the way, on OPPC. It's called it's got an introductory talk that's a snippet of myself a number of years ago, just questioning certain things about the industry from heart. It's a general spiel. It's a general banter. And the title of that video is there any integrity left in the IT industry? Okay. That leans into a series that has 2 episodes, which I'm considering coming back to. The more times I see garbage being released, especially by YouTube influencers, that's who this series targets, because business is expensive. Computers are becoming more and more expensive, more so over the stage of inflation. It's big business. People can't afford to make mistakes, and if you're provided with the wrong information, misguided information, construed information that's driven through sponsorship, backhand shakes, background handshakes, and or people with other agendas at heart rather than yourselves, their customers, essentially, their viewers, that where they should be centering information that's valuable to you on the whole, more so than any agendas they may disclose or not disclose, or they may disclose and completely bullshit about, or they may look transparent yet not, you know what I mean? Yeah, so it leads into that. I start off with Hardware Unbox, but I'm an Aussie, and although I'm considering Brian from Tech Year City at times, not everyone's completely obvious in their dubious natures. We've all got our agendas at heart. Even myself ain't completely clean, but just this, people. My vape monster just decided to piss out everywhere. I'm getting a bit cranky because I probably need some nicotine. I don't like vaping around the computers. That's why streams get crazy at times, because I have to actively blow out that window. Any moisture, dust, and or humidity / overheating will damage your computer components. I don't care what people say. I'm speaking from experience when I tell vapors don't vape around your PC. I vape around there all the time. It does. It will happen one day. Okay, it will happen. Okay. But yeah, so there's a series there. I start off with Hardware Unboxed, but it's more a warm-up leading up to what my agenda more so is. And to cut a long story short, YouTubers have a duty of care as influencers to provide you with the right information, like I said, and steer you in the right direction, especially if they're emphasizing they're doing that and being your friend and whatnot at the same time. Especially if you give them the light of day, if you smash that like button for them, I hope you're doing it for a reason and you agree to the points, and or if you don't, I hope as an audience you become more educated and realize eventually when it is horseshit and you disagree with the points at the same time. Do you know what I mean? I see analytically about a 10% response rate slash upvote or dislike vote in reference to generally tech videos regarding the viewership of those videos up until a set point of age of those videos. That's why I'm so pissy and shitty about my organic growth. There is no response rate, be negative or positive, regarding the 10% interaction rate I was expecting from my videos being upvoted or downvoted based on the views of those videos. It's not existent. But yeah, so Greg Salazar, he gave me I had other stuff which I was going to tackle with Greg. I've got people's up until the level that the last video of that series was probably going to be a short series of about 5 or 6 episodes with a conclusion involved. To answer that question, the series itself may have answered the question for you. But I was going to end with the big blokes, the big boys. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to let no one's going to get a chance to hide. And by all means, it's an hour and a half, that Greg Salazar video where I dissect his interpretation of at that time, in that period, through his exampling and advice, what the hell was up in the GPU market at that stage, and explaining it and whatnot. Since then, he produced some RAM videos and stuff like that, explaining certain things which he did far more diligently. He seriously did. He put a lot more effort. I like a lot of Greg's stuff as well. I like all the stuff I watch, but it's coming to a stage where I have to acknowledge with some of them, they should be put into entertainment category for myself, rather than science and technology or something like that, if you get my drift, okay? I prefer to watch, again, I'm becoming biased, I always have been, because I like the YouTube of yesteryear. I cross-reference my things, and I don't like the conglomerate taking ownership over the tech space, because they have their own agendas at heart as well, and they conflict with us as viewers and consumers, okay, because they're generally not speaking anymore, and some of them at times are starting to lose touch with who they should be valuing more. Some of them are losing touch with borderline reality at times and what is deemed acceptable, you know. And because the algorithm pushes these people, I'm not sour about this, that's more with YouTube, but because the algorithm pushes them into the front of your foreground and face regardless, they're the last ones I go to watch relating to anything, any tech news, any reviews, any information about products I'm specifically trying to address and get more information on, where someone may have first-hand knowledge of it and be documented. I like the visuals of video as well. Okay, so it's not always about articles, and generally if it's diligently put and sourced and also referenced, then you can get the article that someone's referencing through their video, if it's not their own experience being displayed or shown or promoted, and you can source it there, verify that source as a good place for articles, and then watch a couple more vids on it before, if I'm still interested in the topic at hand, then go to the clickbaited shit, the bigger Joes, the big blows, the big bows, the big boys, the Savvy Girls, and all the rest of them, and watch their shit. Because you know what I hate the most? When you type in a subject, when you type in a specific content, you type in ICEGIANT Siphon Elite, and shit'll come up. You go on that one, yeah, shit's there. Go on that one, yeah, shit's there. You hit on Linus one, and that vine will change to Linus's face in different positions. If you've ever looked at it and removed yourself from it and actually thought about what you're watching, it's scary. It can become a meme, frankly. Do you want to see an example? I'm getting in the sense, no, you understand what I'm talking about, but no relevance to the topic at hand, to what's still in the YouTube search, okay? It's just Linus Tech because you watch one of his videos. But that's how it works. No. That's not how it used to work. Get me? And when it comes to creating videos, you used to be able to use tags to emphasize searches, and now it has no reference on that, so there's no way you can beat the algorithm. I understand YouTube's point of sale and go, it's to keep you on the platform as long as possible. So I guess, I don't know, the shit that gives you the right information and you're set and you're ready to rock and roll and go is not worth it anymore. It's being droned out and watching this shit non-stop by 2, 3 people, 4 people. That's what it is. And then the funny part is, it's a weird thing because I'm getting Steve, I'm getting Linus, I'm getting Jay. I can stomach Jay a bit more at times, but I enjoy all their content, and they got all pros and cons for all of them. Then it starts dropping down to like shit like Bitwit, like Greg, like Paul, and all that. BFR, and before you get the luxury of seeing, say, Wendell from Level 1 Techs to but the odd thing is, I'm subscribed and I actively have to seek out, but would watch just as much, if not more, and I do it on separate accounts. I've got different accounts for utilizing through Google for different reasons, because I don't want to stuff my vines up, get me? I've got history either on or off for set accounts. I flush my DNS resolver. There's no reason for ties to be in place, which it does and which it doesn't. It doesn't like go, well, you watch a lot of this, that's why it comes up, Marcus Brownlee, MKBHR, whatever the algorithm is. Lou Later, hardware, unbox therapy and stuff, meals and meals of views, and they don't even come up as an option for suggestion. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have to actively seek them out, and it's really weird what's going on with the internet on my end. But like I said, regardless, all those fellas in general, Lou Later's like literally the channel Lou Later and his talk shows, I like his style. They all got, like I said, their pros and cons. PC World, in Cutpros come out with Tech Potato recently, got a doctorate, so you have to listen to him, I guess. Meta transfers after all. But yeah, it's just Yeah, so where was I? So that series, I lay into Greg really hard. But if you watch the hour and a half, you start to understand and notice that maybe there's justification to how hard I go at him. His 20-minute video doesn't sum up adequately at that stage, at that time, what was going on in the GPU market. It was a cop-out. During the progression of the video that I was doing while commenting on him, because it went for about 2 hours in the end, you know. Not the video itself, but the time frame. I had to come back to it and whatnot and continue on. I reloaded his view count from when he released it, and he was upwards of 50,000 views. It was going up in 10, 20,000 view chunks upon release, and now it sits at a set level. If you understand anything when it comes to the value of that video and how much he's earned from it and how much effort he put into it and the bullshit that's associated with it and the crap that he tells you and the fact that he got paid for it and he's making money or bank on that, to shame. I had to put him into place. Someone had to, because again, that 10% ratio of interaction with the video was upvoting his shit so that more and more people would see it, but no one disliked it. And like I said, he does stuff that's great as well, you know, stuff that's more than worth watching and not at all debatable in any way, shape or form, and in fact very well diligently done, very well placed, very well put, you know. The show wise, you know, it's always what do you call production costs. It always looks clean, and production wise, that's not an issue or anything. But yeah, it sucked. It sucked, and nope. Again, yeah, for every 100,000, for every, like, he had like a 10% interaction rate, and it's like it's bots or something. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's like these droned out people. Who the hell's interacting with the shit? The people listen to the shit and go, yes, we like that, we like that, we like that, we like that. At some stage, it's all right to dislike as well. You know, if you're inclined to like, you're inclined to dislike. You know what I mean? So, I don't get that. And if you watch the video unboxing Greg Salazar and the Real Tech News and Reviews / episode 2 of the series of Is There Any Integrity Left in the IT Industry, or whatever it's exactly called, series. Well, it's actually unboxing the Real Tech News and Reviews. Then yeah, you tell me if I'm wrong in any way, shape or form, if I'm not justified, if I'm not more comprehensive in my approach of explaining that sort of stuff. I'm going to put my hoodie on because it's freezing in here. I've got the window ever so slightly open and it's middle of winter. Great for overclocking, got nothing to overclock at the moment. Yeah. So to keep you waiting longer, how am I going to build all this shit together? I thought I'd increase production value as well. Got myself an additional tool which just makes me that little more professional. Nice little metal casing. enough tools for the jobs at hand to get into proprietary thingos, but not too many, you know, like I had to cap it because you keep on getting versions that have 36 tools that have, you know, 48, you know, 64, 96, 128, and you're just like, what the hell's going on? Is this RAM I'm getting, or what's going on here? But all you need essentially is this elongated one, USB-C charge, cool, and 2 torque modes. Not the strongest battery, but will last a long time. 180 days standby. Otherwise, set amount of run time. By the torque modes, it's not the strongest machine. It's more designed for smaller objects like telephones, mobile phones, laptops, things like that. As you can see, as opposed to, I've got my Azito slash, see what I mean? Like that, then you can see the difference. This one can be popped into that mode. Got a light there as well. Got a light there as well. All the torque in the world. That costs around $30. That costs around $30 Australian. But this is cool. I always get the inspiration from certain people that use them. You don't always need them. They just look fancy and they do make the work a little easier. There is a better version of this that I would recommend in general, but you get what you pay for. That one costs $70. This one costs $50. Okay. And that one's got a higher capacity battery that has a lot more force available to it. It sort of hits harder. But if you were to use it on smaller objects, it's gonna wreck the thread, and it has been reported to do so. On larger objects, when it comes to computing, this will tighten everything to the set level it needs to be tightened, okay? And that's recommended. Like on motherboards, you don't want to over tighten motherboard screws, standoffs and whatnot. You'll damage the motherboard, okay? But if you ever have a stubborn screw, if you're unscrewing with it, or if you need to over tighten something with it, it's a simplistic approach of it's got a certain amount of force that it'll apply when it runs on, and it's quiet as well, by the way. It's got a certain amount of force. I'll put it up to here. It's a different sound. It's got a certain amount of force that can apply to it on automatic, but obviously more force can be applied manually to the head itself. And if you can get into an easy habit, if you've got stubborn screws and you're undoing, say, a lot of screwage, all you do is you just do a quarter twist to everything and then go auto mode. Get me? Or if you're putting something on, you go auto mode and then quarter twist to finish it off. And that's how I roll with it on the heavy duty screws, and it seems to do the job. You just have to get into the habit of doing that quarter twist on and off, which seals the deal essentially, or loosens the goose up. I don't know, whatever that might be, that's saying to attach to that. And yeah, I thought it would increase the production value of my shit, and look, for the price, it's a nifty little thing. You know, I can work on my glasses and whatnot. A lot of other household items. Great little present for people, hobbyists and whatnot. This soldering iron, and there was another item I had on a list which I like to give out to people, which is practical, it's small, it's niche but not, and generally speaking, So I got one for myself for the builds I was going to do on and off camera / everything else. So we may address that if I end up recording this build. It'll save you guys the hassle. There'll be a link in the description of where you can get those. Nothing is sponsored, it's just directing you to the right sources and whatnot so you don't get ripped off. So what I'll do is, we're borderline coming on 3 hours. We'll have a short 5-minute interlude, and then we'll get into unboxing the ProSiphon Elite by ICEGIANT, and we'll discuss the cooling there. And that's where we'll end it rather than start it. I know I've been holding you off on it. It's an interesting cooler. What cooler is it? After all, I've got a cryo cooler or tech cooler in there. It does sub-ambient cooling. That's designed specifically for an Intel 1200 socket. I would have got something perhaps similar for this. I feel like a 360mm rad may be inadequate, and I just might need a bit more gusto. So what have I got there, you know? It just looks like the size of a box that can handle a 280mm rad or something, or 240mm rad. What's in the box, people? ProSiphon, ThermoSiphon, cooling. So y'all, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to have a proper vape outside so that I don't get any induction to the PCs. I have to do this, guys. Otherwise, I'm going to go nuts. The more I talk, the less I can vape. If I was interacting with someone else, I would forgive myself for, during their part of the conversation, being attentive while having a slight vape at the same time. It'd give me my fix. So I shall be right back, y'all. Forgive me. We're at the 2 hour and 55 mark. In about 4 minutes time, we shall be back continuing on. Let's go, people. OPPC, hit the like and subscribe button in the meantime. Okay, y'all. We'll be right back. In the meantime, what we shall do is put on a video of myself and a previous build. This is from yesteryear. This is something that was captured and caught. We're going to wrap this stream up at the 4-hour mark. I promise you, at the 3-hour mark now. With the ICEGIANT unveiled as well. During the conclusion of our video, we'll explain everything about that after leading up to it through all the potential cooling solutions we have available. But in the meantime, enjoy OPPC's re-upload of one of my first PC Tech channel videos I ever created, and I apologize about the production value. One day in the future, we hope I can reinvest back into this and make it a whole lot better for you all. So, in the meantime, enjoy. Wait. I have to have the sound going through here. I'm back in the tick, y'all.
Today we've got something very interesting. Yeah, it caught my eye, then I dismissed it, but then when I looked again at it, I realized that it was definitely an older item in very good condition. So essentially what we have here is a computer which I've built. It is a legacy computer, and the components are about 10 years old. Older, about 14 years old, or roughly thereabouts. I think from 2006 or so. The case, on the other hand, is a Lian Li model number generic. Just imagine generic. Very nifty case. I was very pleased to be able to pick it up, and it's got a little lid to it, which is pretty cool. As you can see, I've done a little mod here. I've placed a 120mm. I've done a little mod here. I've placed a 120mm fan and a Blu-ray player attached. Of course, you can still use a Blu-ray player. They have approximately 50 gigabytes of space in those, so why not utilize them, you know, effectively. It's a Blu-ray DVD rewriter as well. I couldn't find a bracket for the 3.5 inch floppy, so I thought it fitting that we might as well leave the floppy in. Never know when something retro might come along, if this is going to be a keeper build. On the other hand, there are two 80mm fans here which inject forward and intake. There's from the baseline here, there's braided edging which allows for intake underneath the case. I've taken out the cooler material there because it was quite degraded, surprisingly, even though the case looks very clean, and just left it as stock to allow for as much airflow as we can to go into the case per se. But keeping that in mind, these two 80mm have got a low, medium and a high setting as well, which is really cool. Manually switches just at the front side, and I don't know if you can notice, there's a couple of lines here which we're going to see how they activate. So remember, this case is 20 years old or thereabouts. I've seen a couple of modded varieties of this case which have perforation and holes front side here. They would have been a year or two later, and they were 17 or 18 years of age already. So yeah, definitely a 20-year-old case. On the other hand, never was peeled, the Lian Li sticker. There's a couple of abrasions just here and here. From this, maybe adding a couple of rubber stoppers would have helped. Couple USB ports, And yeah, that's so far the front side of the Lian Li case. But where we get really interesting, so you know, modded up a little bit already. So very chic, straight lines, and something very interesting about her is that she's very, very progressive to work with, considering her age. Very progressive Lian Li was back in its day. Still are to this day. Provide items which I've noticed are very versatile and functional, and if there was gameplay involved in building a PC, gameplay ability would be through the roof for some of Lian Li's products. 20 years ago, they were ahead of their time. I don't know exactly how much this case is, but I've seen similar ones with the dial knobs, the front dial knobs and whatnot. We'll open it up, and again, she's completely aluminium on the inside here, which is very, very classy, and it doesn't seem to skimp out. It's brushed alloy. I didn't get the luxury of completely hiding the cables because of the power supply I utilized. I did have to build this ultimately with the leftover parts of what I had available for a build, but I've realized that I've left a little bit of clippage, a little tag here, so we'll get rid of that. So what you can see here is a continuation of the side there. Now the part that connects to the motherboard with the offsets on it, it actually has its own sort of type of offsets as well attached, which are really refreshing. Like, they're not just your basic type, they're already going out of their way. On top of this, to prove that you have all your bolts, and they're the type that you can unscrew with your hands, and very good quality, very, very shiny, that matches the case per se. If you take 1, 2, 3, 4 off, you can pull this completely out with the motherboard. So obviously, depending on how you got things connected, you've got the luxury of not only connecting up the motherboard, but also the cooler, the RAM and everything else, and just literally slotting it in, rather than having to deal with the power supply, which is in this case on the top side, where putting a cooler in would be very difficult and fiddly, and even the CPU headers themselves to power the CPU, sometimes you find very tricky to put in. The motherboard that we use here does require an A-pin, and it would have been very fiddly as well. So it worked out in our favor. Unfortunately, haven't got the IO shield. I have lost the IO shield somewhere for this motherboard specifically, that we'll get to in a second. But yeah, and then the piece de resistance, you have to remember this is 20 years of age, so it's got an exhaust here as well. So what we'll do, we'll put the lid back on one side here. So again, completely decent clamps that go in on both sides, and not just your generic little ones which you're just going to add in the, and there's no flex in this, you know what I mean? It's very solid. Love the way it almost just slides in as well. So not to speak lightly of this PC, it can still handle itself in some light gaming as well, which is really, really surprising for its age. And a couple of different approaches to it regarding upgrades would give it, you know, a little bit more oomph and a lot more longevity if inclined to pursue that sort of a route. So as I turn her around, you'll get a semblance of what then caught my eye as well. Ooh. Lian Li, you outdid yourself. Got like one of the first window bloody PCs I've ever noticed or seen. Windows PC cases, 20 years of age and very well constructed. So on top of that, even the back plating on the PSU comes off to allow the PSU to slide back and forward instead of just forward. And if you've ever experienced any of these PSUs in that regards, these cases, I beg your pardon, in that regards, of that age, you didn't have that functionality in form. So very, very pleasing case to building, surprisingly, for its age. It's a mid-tower in essence, and it fits a full-size ATX board in it with 7 PCI slots available. So very functional and surprisingly very easy to work with. There's a little light touch of blue there, which is, adds a nice touch. And again, sturdy construction and just inslots very nicely. Now, if we get into the nitty gritty, so if we get in a little closer, so we've got an Asus GTX 285, which has only got 1 GB of DDR3 memory in it. That is coming up to a fair amount in age now, I believe about 10 years of age. This will still run things on low. So the cool thing about her is she's got space for what you'd use nowadays, about 10 hard drives if need be. This, on the other hand, again, you've got the 2 bolts here, which are thumb screwed. It will allow you to unplug everything here, per se, and just slide the bottom 5 hard drives out, essentially. That's all you have to do. And it's slide it in, slide it out, which for a 20-year-old case is unbelievable. It can be your miniature server at home. Little touches here where they didn't exactly bezel it correctly. They've covered it up, so it's very classy, very well done. Otherwise, it's very clean as well. No scratching in that regards. Yeah, very, very pleased in the end to build in this case. And so with that being said, let's discuss the componentry. Got a GPU in there, very brick, basically a brick shithouse. GTX 285, 1 GB DDR3. Going to see how she performs in this day and age in 2020. 10-year-old GPU, 20-year-old case, 2010-20 performance review time. On top of that, it's got the board itself. It's got 4 DIMMs and filled up with 2 GB each of a total of 8 GB of DDR2 RAM. So it's a little bit low on the spectrum, but it has been buffered up and overclocked ever so slightly, and is running at 1600 megahertz FSB alongside 800 megahertz DIMM modulation RAM speed as well. So it's good enough for DDR2 to be DDR2 and how it used to be. With the 8, it was definitely needed to fill it completely out, because we are running Windows 10 now on the operating system. On the other hand, the drives themselves, we have 4 drives. I had to make the best of what I had available, so I only had a couple. I had a 100 gigabyte drive, 2 160s, and I thought, what can I do with this? Luckily, the motherboard itself has the option to do RAID and RAID 0 and whatnot. So I combined them and made a bootable drive, which was really good, with a slight performance increase as well. These are all 7200 RPM drives, and not being 5400 at the very least, they are all HDD spindle drives, but there is a performance boost of about 33% from your 5400 to your 7200. It's something to take note of, plus the performance boost in itself of the RAID array itself. On top of that, I did find another 500 gig drive, which I wasn't going to put together with the others. So that's a separate drive, especially for the case. So there's approximately a terabyte of space in this PC of just makeup parts which I had lying about, and just the best way to utilize them. So what allowed us to RAID array and do this, what sort of board was it? Well, it's an old XFX board. And XFX back in the day was something special. XFX SLI 780, I believe, I board. So it can run 3 or tri configuration of GPUs. I was intentionally trying to do this build with a couple of gigabyte graphics cards. Unfortunately, they weren't compatible, and also Windows currently with the board itself hasn't got the compatibility and availability to get SLI initiated. So I had to make do with my next best graphics card lying about, or my best graphics card lying about that's going to be single-handedly put into the case, into this build. And yeah, so we've done that. On the other hand, the board itself was hell. Something you might want to notice, I did do a customized, almost like a Wraith cooler, which is really cool. And as you can see, it's got bolts which can be screwed in, and it's very convenient for this, which is a 775 socketed motherboard. So all those old 775 socketed chips that you've got, it can utilize, and it can work quite well with. It does have a dump of a heatsink, and going from the north to the south bridge, and also active cooling on it itself, which is logoed by NVIDIA and whatnot. Cool thing on top of this, there was so much I could do with the cabling situation, unfortunately. And this is obviously, if it was all black and that, you wouldn't even notice it. But it's the best I could do considering I've got clear airflow through here, clear airflow through here as well. The GPU being a blower style will take it intake and exhale. On the other hand, the exhaust here and the power supply doubles as an exhaust as well. That will go straight out over here. Then we've got considerably good airflow in a case, again, that is 20 years of age at a time where people were still waiting for Cooler Master to come out with what honestly was very generic in appearance, but very effective in cooling. But yeah, realistically, it was a nightmare to get this FX board posting for the first time, to be brutally honest. So many problems that I had to work through. The pins were actually stuck. One of the last things that I had to realize was the case that was wrong with it. A BIOS chip. Yes, a BIOS chip needed to be impressed about 1/4 of a millimeter. But there was other reasons as well. The bad RAM, DDR2 that was chunky, DDR2 that wasn't compatible, bad configurations. Was it the DIMM? Was it not? It didn't matter. Was it something worked, something didn't, and it works there, but it doesn't work there. And it was just a continual nightmare. The socket pins were bent. It wouldn't post up. It wouldn't fire up. It wouldn't then show. It went multiple error codes. So it does have a digital display, which will bump out an error code for you. And not all error codes are very specific as well, which is very annoying. So it does aid you in troubleshooting, but trying to find that old school manual as well was a task and a half. Yeah, it was interesting, it was fun, and I'm very glad that I brought it back to life again, and it's fixed and running really smoothly, being rejuvenated and regenerated in a way. Let's turn her on. Let's pack her back up together and turn her on and see how she fires, guys. Alrighty, so without a moment's notice longer, let's see how she operates today, considering all the work we went into this XFX board. XFX SLI 780i has the ability of 3 SLI or tri-SLI with 3 graphics card GPUs simultaneously run over about a 14-year-old board, 10-year-old graphics card, 20-year-old Lian Li case, and we'll see how she operates with Windows 10 just using spindle drives in this day and age. Everything in great condition. So we've gotten a blue light to come up straight away, which is good. It signifies goodness for us. I'm going to initiate the monitor because it's a newer style monitor. Sometimes there are issues. Hopefully there isn't an issue regarding starting her. So we shall turn her on, and looks like she's going to go on instantaneously, which is good. So it will take a split second because I have it always checking through all the processes, it's detecting the arrays and whatnot, rather than skipping through them, especially with older PCs. I find it more worthwhile and needed, so that just in case anything that is corrupted gets picked up before you have a chance of doing more damage and whatnot. So we've got a little bit of lightage now, which is really cool over here. And then if we have a look over here, I shit you not, is that RGB? That is RGB. I mean, it's not too much of it, and the light, there's a white light behind, but have a look at the RGB. For a 20-year-old case, that was actually put in there originally. Blue light subsequently I thought was a fitting finish in that sense. So I do keep this ever so slightly open as well, because you want to let it breathe as much as possible. That GPU will notoriously get hot. So there isn't as much argy-bargy as you'd expect, but the motherboard does pound out enough. So we've got an FF there, so that signifies that it's gone through the post and gone through everything, because it cycles through certain checks, and if it lands on FF, it means it's done and it's all good. And you probably will get into whatever operating system you've got loaded up, ready to roll. So we're into Windows and just basic functionality. Doing things like opening that was pretty decent and responsive. Let's open taskbar, depending on how many functions you've got. 1, 2, right there, it's open. So we'll load up, we'll open our notifications. There is a slight delay there. All settings sometimes takes a split second longer, but that seems to be operating really well. On a side note, what we'll do is we'll open up Cinebench R15 if necessary. But for example, first things first is we can see an OpenGL run, which is on Cinebench R15. So it does take a second for it to prepare, and it will render the image, and hopefully it'll be accurate enough to proceed forward with the run. And yes, it is. So I apologize for the shonky camera work there. So we got our run, and what do we get? We got just under 70 frames per second with our, what is essentially a overclocked 775 socketed Q9650 CPU. It's got 4 cores and 4 threads, and it's overclocked to a stable overclock of 3.6 gigahertz as well. So that's paired with our GTX 285 1 gigabyte graphics card. So 70 frames per second. It was the highest as well, and a couple of better, less bottlenecked systems ran only ever so slightly higher. So it does take a second to load up. Once it's in, it's starting off, which I actually thought I was already in, so I wasn't paying attention. Lol, stupid me. Yeah, we can see it in the tile section, you know, cobblestones and whatnot. So yeah, she's doing it. She's definitely doing it. On the other hand, the heat emitting from the GPU is about 72 degrees. That is standard for a GPU of that caliber from that age. The GTX 480 could run up to 100 degrees at the very least, and it could fry an egg. So it was something to marvel at if you ever fried an egg on your GPU. But benchmarking wise, we'll let it run through, and we'll see our score, and we'll see where it sort of stacks up. Appearance wise, it seems like it's running at approximately 22 frames at the moment, 23, hitting 30s and whatnot. Also, you know, max frame rates at the moment about 36 frames. Yeah, big hole, because essentially something like that running at 30 frames is rivaling consoles of yesteryear. In this day and age, it can still play your MOBAs and whatnot. as well as, you know, your esport games like CSGO and that. Depending on what settings you put it at, obviously everything will have to be low in that sense, but it doesn't mean it won't perform well enough to actually have a decent amount of play. The value is, you know, in this computer is certain things like the nostalgia and the effects that you can get from the board itself, the Lian Li case and how good a condition it is, and how with function over form, even though the form factor is very elegant as well. Years later, it took time for other manufacturers to catch up regarding the style in that sense. Very, very pleasing to work in, and yeah, like look at it go. Like, you know, these are just bits and pieces and parts I've just got lying about, which essentially I've brought together into something that, you know, I don't want to say it, but maybe $300 to $500 depending on the person and how it's factored in. I've got a couple of other drives, a couple other two 500 gig drives, so that's 3 500s. I might, for permanency's sake, do a 1.5 terabyte drive in it, and it would be Raider as well instead. And that would be the boot drive as well as the running drive. Why not? And speed-wise, read and writes, what I'll do is I will stop it and we'll see what sort of read and write speeds we've got regarding these spindle drives. So that's something to of interest that might be to some of you as well. Crystal mark to get the sequential read and write speeds, and at the moment I think we've got some background apps also running and whatnot, because I'll tell you right now, 123 is not what I was getting, and I did it about 2 or 3 times, or 3 or 4 times, but it's close to. In theory, if you do the math, you should be able to get about 240 megabits a second, but I was getting about close to 150 or 140 on the average. So here we can see the clock speeds, and they are moving ever so much, so that's a cool thing. On the other hand, memory wise, we've got dual channel 8 gigabytes. DRAM frequency seems to be suggestive of 400 megahertz here, although in actual fact it's 800 megahertz that the RAM is currently clocked at. You know, function wise, it seems to be
correction mega transfers.
You know, just like your normal PC and that. What we'll do is we've got that running, but we'll open up Chrome. So how long does it take? Okay, so a split second longer than it should, but it's loading up an image as well, which I've got, which is pretty decently chunky. If there was a bit of tearing there, moving it around, she's pretty quick. So let's hit YouTube, for example. Okay, so remember, internet-wise as well, but we got Core, get it up and running under a load. We won't really worry about the score and the background apps that are running in that, which may affect it as well. It is only a 4-core processor, but she does. She bolts through it. I wouldn't say she guns through it, but she definitely bolts through it. That 3.6 gigahertz, it's not overly slow in that sense. But what we have here is some temperatures, and at 3.6, we've just hit 60 degrees. I'd say there will still be some leg room to maneuver if the availability was to overclock this PC, the CPU further was available. Unfortunately, it can only really be done by manipulating the RAM in this case, regarding this CPU. I might have an unlock multiplier on this CPU on another board, which I'm considering doing sooner rather than later, and that one will go through all our old 775 socketed CPUs, and we'll see we've got a gem. Looking at temperatures, 64 degrees we've gotten to at one stage, and where it's not going to climb any higher than that. I'm guessing 100% CPU utilization. So, and we are coming to the end of the run now. So obviously our score will be affected, and it won't be as high as it could without running other applications and whatnot. So for accuracy's sake, it's slightly lower than what we had before, and I had apps running back then. but 775Y socketed, coming back to what I was mentioning. I'll be using a gigabyte board in the future, which is got an amazing BIOS on it, frankly, and allows for the manipulation of all those 775s to the nth degree. It's just a miniature ITX board as well. It only takes a couple of DIMMs, DDR2, unfortunately, even though this CPU can take DDR3, for example, as well. So I've got my overclocking special back in the day, DDR2 HyperX Furies in that sense, but not Furies, you know. These are golden to me. These are like, you see certain people got certain RAM for certain things. This is the RAM, guys. Like, I mean 2.2 volts, you know, 2.2 volts minimum. There's the rundown of the PC. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Look, no error codes now. Whoever chucked it out. Awesome, eh? She's a very pretty, elegant case to work in as well. And I'm glad I got the privilege to build in it when I didn't get the luxury 20 years ago. So this is Robbie from Astrotech Computers. Peace out, guys.
Alrighty, so that was a bit of nostalgia for myself, y'all, as well as for you to enjoy. Board of yesteryear. I did upgrade the GPU in that computer, as well as did put the I made a boot drive for it. No, I put in an SSD. I believe it was a 120 gigabyte SSD as well. Had a boot of that instead, and I did place the three 500 gigabyte drives I had available as storage in a 1.5 terabyte RAID array, and subsequently with the 660 Ti I placed in that. I sold it in the end because I wish I could have kept it, but I did need the money to fund, I believe at that stage was the 9700K system at that time. No, not the 9700K, it was... It either was or it was the 3900 XT, which I was trying to get up and running at that stage. Eventually. So I do miss the fact that I don't have that board for keeps as an example of the board from yesteryear. Just like the FX83 chip I sold just the other day, just like the X58 motherboard I had to sell because I lost the CPU to that as well. I could have essentially, if I had the money, instead of having to use the money for this PC, which I hope will last me about 10 years, frankly. So it will be a PC of yesteryear one day in the future, and a CPU which we may hopefully not be inhibited from demonstrating like we were demonstrating that CPU and that computer. I've got a feeling it won't be the case, but unfortunately, as easily as not. But yeah, it's a shame it's gone. The X58, for example, if I had the cash, I would have splurged in on another chip for it. I had an i7 $950 running at
3 or 4 gigahertz on all cores. Very snappy PC. It was running off a 500 gigabyte SSD Samsung 860 Evo. Running Windows 10 Pro. That was my streaming PC at one stage. Did a whole 3-hour video. If you want to see a budget video on building a system that will run Windows 10 adequately for you, we got support for Windows 10 for another 3 years. So, you know, you can get that Windows 10 on any stage upgrade when you're ready to upgrade, and take that operating system across to your next build, if that's the case, if you get the retail copy of it. Then I apologize for all the arms. I am getting a little bit nagged. But then you will be inclined to watch something like where that FX83 chip is demonstrated as a budget option. I'll do a 3-hour long video that explains how to build the system, what to look at, the ins and outs of the build itself, show performance metrics of the build and what to expect with it, limitations, bottlenecks, everything's explained, where the upgrade path may be for you all if you were to, say, at that stage when graphics cards were really scarce and you were trying to build a system, you may have had a set amount of money put aside. I'd suggested that you would take that $200-300 out of that money put aside for that system, because you're waiting for the graphics card or whatever it may be. Get certain parts for that system in this system, which would be your budget system, if you understand me, like the power supply, for example, and things like that you could buy at that stage, and then build what will, for the next 3, 6, 9 months until you have that GPU, that overpriced $2,000 plus GPU in your possession, have a system that was adequate enough to be able to play your esports titles, to socialize with your friends, to stay in the mix, to get used to things like Discord and that for the first time, to build a system which you don't have to worry too much about, get experience, get confidence before you do start playing with that hardware that if you break it will cost you an arm and a leg literally to replace. And then when it comes to have the option of having a secondary system available, and or sell it for pretty much the price that you spent on it within that time frame, it would not have depreciated any further or much, or you would have not lost much on the transaction itself. And yeah, so that's available at OPPC, is one of my videos as well, if anyone's interested. Unfortunately, I was a little deflated by doing that 3-hour marathon, because just the other day I did the same thing with the opposition, which was the Intel i7-950 budget build, and that could apply upwards as a budget build upwards to about 2nd, 3rd generation. All of that there, I was firing on all cylinders. I was very, very happy as well. I wasn't as serious as I was with the other one, even though I'm not as drony as I am now. I beg your pardon, let's see the on that build, when you feel like you did a good shoot and you just know it's sort of good, you know what I mean? You know when you're like, I'm gonna have to edit this, but there ain't gonna be much editing. You know when you're looking forward to the edit because you know there's so many good points in there that just make you, like in that perspective. yeah, and it came to the money shot. So I got everything ready and I explained it to such a high caliber what to look out for as a novice building. I walked you through the whole process for hours, you know. When to turn it on. Cut a long story short, I killed it right there. So yeah, the chip died, and that chip was in the family for over 10 years. It was meant to be, there was meant to be an example piece of that i7 with the i7 9700 piece, and 10 years differential between Intel and what we had achieved and how far we had come and what has been released by Intel as a result, while AMD was getting all the press and whatnot pertaining to their Zen 2 and Zen 3 chips. The same thing was meant to be said. I've got Athlons. I've got Athlon 64 Sempron chips and stuff. I'm considering doing something similar with AMD. I was meant to do that with, though, the 8350. It's aged much better. That's 10 years difference. That on a comparison level on Cinebench scores, I had it in this day and age running on a stable all day overclock, meaning firmly wise, it was firmly dynamic to be acceptable. It was beating out Intel 3rd gen chips and borderline getting up in scores to its 4th gen counterparts. So I don't know what all the fuss was about years ago. I'm glad the same mistake didn't happen this time with AMD. I'm not blue, I'm not red. I'm actually both, and I like to integrate a system that utilizes both computers, both companies in that sense. I wish I was a 3rd or 4th player in the mix, frankly. I wish Cyrax wasn't put under. Cyrax ended up being, I believe, bought out in the end. Technically, by the end of it, the technology was implemented into the Athlon range by AMD, I believe. So, you know, people say that's when the last time AMD was competitive. No, they were better than Intel at that FX Black range. But they never received the recognition due to poor press, and the Intel fanboys and the blue team, Intel itself shut them down before any justification was made. There was a boo-hoo about them lowering their clocks for higher cores. In this day and age now, we're grateful that they've allowed for those higher cores to be more accessible, aren't we? And we're not making the same mistake twice. That's another reason why I bought that 5950X. Another reason why I've got the 10900K, because the next gen, where we've already got the pedigree flagship consumer chips being dropped in core counts. IPS gains, other things which factor into benchmarking scores that may make them look better. I go by performance metrics of what's feasible to me regarding the applicatory tasks I ask the chip to be utilized in. I see it with my own eyes. I've got my own, like Steve has his render blender. I've got my own render, which I can always suss out and go, it does it in 26 minutes. These are the temperatures I'm getting. Run the same render. It does it in 23 minutes. These are the temperatures I'm getting. And I'm happy with stability because of that. I can go to the scoring and on Cinebench, and it can be contradictory at times. But yes, speaking of that, for example, the 10900K seems to run stuff fine when it comes to DaVinci Resolve and renders. On Cinebench, it's hitting. I've managed to get it without pushing it too far to 6600. The 3900 XT hit 8800. For some reason, somehow the 5900X can hit 11,000 on the same version of Cinebench R20. That can't be right. And if it can, we're going to find out. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Are you sure it wasn't? I triple checked everything. That performance gain is horseshit. Someone made a mistake somewhere when they articulated that information. Again, due diligence and due care is required through these people who are influencers, and this was one of the big wigs that suggested that score. Anyway, we got 15 minutes, people, before the 4-hour mark. At the 4-hour mark, we are taking a break from stream. By break, I mean we will continue streaming, but you're going to see the other side of me, and that's playing some gamage finally. Which means what? Which means I get to zone out and get my head blown off. But before we continue, we've gone through a comprehensive roundout of cooling solutions available to us, what we can and can't use, why we're not going to. And we've got ourselves an ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite. Now, conventional air cooling has, say, a droplet of water in the pipes. You know what I mean? This ProSiphon or ThermoSiphon works on, I believe, I think it's called convection to an nth degree, but it's designed a lot more effectively. No moving parts apart from the fans. Comes with a 10-year warranty. These thermosiphons are used in industrial applications a lot of the time if you look them up and whatnot. It's more inclined for a rugged environment for long-term use. You can set and forget, and with this you should set and forget, and make sure you've got probably the right amount of RAM in there that you need, because you ain't getting to that RAM without pulling all this apart again. Clearance may be an issue. Levels and standards upwards of, say, your G-Skill Trident Z's / are compatible. Anything higher will not be. I'll probably be using Ripjaws in this system, so I have to switch around all this unless I can get my hands on another minimum 64 gigabytes. Ideal would be 3600 megahertz. Currently my kit's at 3200. That's fine, it'll work. Definitely a slight improvement would come with having 36 to 4,000 mega transfers a second DDR4. 3800 is the sweet spot. This is regarding the Infinity Fabric and setting up a Ryzen of this caliber. I know how this works. It's not to say that the 3200 won't be accepted. I might be able to clock it higher. The timings will be tighter, more than likely, which does make a difference as well. And it's not to say that the Infinity Fabric itself may not hold at a higher level regardless, even though it's recommended and suggested that it should be a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay, I know this because I've done this before with chips and it's worked, or it hasn't. It just depends on the configuration of the board and the chip you have. So, not all things are built equal. Now, on the other hand, we're gonna, before we get into what's in the box, I shall read the exact specs in that regards. It's a high performance 2-phase CPU cooler with 4 pressure optimized fans, PWM controllable. Also comes with some cooling solution, comes with some thermal solution. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut. I don't know if that's any good. I hope so. I don't normally use it. Full coverage for AMD Ryzen Threadripper as well. And the fact that it's got coverage as well as the fact that it's available to be able to be utilized on a Threadripper is already speaking highly that ICEGIANT's, you know, put it in as an option for this model of ProSiphon which they've released. For example, Darkrock Pro 4, okay, has a TDP of 250 watts. It too can handle a Threadripper in theory. You just have to get the Threadripper version of this exact 250 TDP rated cooler, where that one's 250 TDP rated as well. But all the difference is it comes with a socket for the Threadripper as opposed to every other universal socket. So that's your choice. They could have easily added it as an add-on, but you know, those people have money in that regard, so they're going to make you pay for it. You're not going to get a chance to use the other one. But that's the cool thing about this. The difference is that has compatibility for 775 sockets as well. This doesn't. But what it has compatibility for, just to verify, is AMD and Intel compatible. AM4, TR4, STRX4, LGA 1366, missed that X58 motherboard, 115X, X being all variants, 1200 socket, 201111, and 2066. Okay, so your fans are strangely reminiscent of the Cooler Master Sickle fans. Okay, surprisingly, I can't exactly show you guys. Well, I sort of can because it's running at the moment, so I'm not going to take the camera over there to even show you a non-existent fan. But there's a Cooler Master. I'm trying to angle it like you can see better. There's a Cooler Master fans, and these fans I've got a lot of things with an aggressive style to them, but they've also, just like your Noctuas, with a polymer that is almost rubbery in texture. They've got this feel to them as well, like they grip the air a little differently. Very well done. These have exactly the same styling, but what you'll notice is that the polymer is not the same. It's got a generic feel to it that's just very flat. Not to say that they're not as effective or much of a difference. They, for example, will, as 120mm fans go, spin up to 2300 RPM. So that's not always the issue that's required. It's in the positioning that they're going to be in. They will technically, what you'll see, be what needs to be a static pressure fan and be able to move through an object rather than to be able to blow air far, but have something that's close inhibiting it and be able to be strong on the brunt of the blow. Get me? So 1 gram of syringe we're expecting of the thermal grizzly cryo. That sucks. I thought it was 3.5 grams, frankly. That's a bit stingy. How are you going to put 1 gram of bloody thermal grizzly on a bloody thread ripper? And dimensions wise, 164 millimeters by 251 millimeters by 103 millimeters. Air cooled, gravity driven, 2-phase mofo. Okay, so let's go, guys. Let's have a closer look and see what we're dealing with. What's in the box? In the black box. In the black box today. By the way, my name is Sebastian Lukas and welcome to OPPC. At Optimum Performance PC today we are unboxing our ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite Cooler. On a technicality, it is an overpriced or underpriced air cooler. It's all in the eyes of the beholder and what you believe to be value. This would retail at just over 200 Australian dollars. And with the technology which we have at play regarding a ProSiphon cooler, it's not just your average air cooler, guys. You also get 4 fans in it, which are reminiscent of the Cooler Master Sickle fans. Okay, so 4 quality fans essentially on top of something that, from my understanding, can handle upwards of 500 watts TDP. So now you start to understand why a 360 millimeter rad or AIO has been considered, but for long-term stability and the availability of minimal fuss once everything is operational, and not worrying about AIO degradation in any way, shape or form, even though I know how to install them correctly for long-term use. With a 10-year warranty, where any AIO, you'd be lucky if you managed to get a 5-year warranty attached to them. Based upon advice from sources I trust as well. Not worried about the RGB bling because again we're creating black stealth, dark night, whatever the build's going to be called. Beg your pardon. Before we get into everything else, there may just be a spot for the ICEGIANT sticker, either in my collection or back in the box eventually. So we'll pop that over there. So you get a nice ICEGIANT sticker. I didn't even notice that before, guys. Now the cool thing is, AMD, nice little splitter here. For some reason I was expecting it to be an Noctua split. Seriously, I don't know why, but you get the tools required. I'm not going to open it up completely. I assure you that it's all labeled neatly and nicely, so that's not going to be an issue. You won't have to worry about fumbling and working out what standoffs exactly are for which and what and how and why. That splitter might have to come out though at some stage, although I do have a couple of spare ones which I may use instead of opening up something which, well, I'm opening up this one anyway, aren't I? So on the other hand, Here we've got the Intel counterparts, and just to be really annoying, but it's something that I actually, can you believe how hard it is to find something like a toothpick to apply thermal paste on a more sort of a spread professional basis, at least at the very least. And guess what? Look what it's got right there. It's got a spreader. So now I have to open this up to get the spreader out. How dare they put that there and that there? That should have been in a separate, release from everything else. But on top of that, the socket itself, they've gone out of their way to add some 3M tape and stuff to just add that little bit of pressure to the mount itself and evenness. Enable, you know what I mean? Like little things like that, which otherwise, wouldn't even be needed. You have to understand with all of this and the price, would you think that the Pedigree Noctua cooler would cool as good as this if leaning to it? Well, this is Black Stealth, ain't it? And we're looking at getting the black one because we can't handle the beige standardized look of the Noctuas regardless of performance. Say you were inclined like that. In Australia, that Chromex, black Chromex version of the Noctua N14 thingamajiggy, I forget the exact model. I've never gotten one because I've always gotten something of similar performance that's been shown to be of to an nth degree for a fair amount less. I think they're like 210 or 14 bucks. Just the black version, Australian dollars, give or take 25% on the US currency exchange if you guys are in the US and watching this. But it's amazing. I don't know how much longer. I don't know if the price will go up. I know, for example, for the cryo cooler, it's come down about $50 since I bought it, if not a little more. And I call it a cryo cooler. I meant the tech, a sub-ambient cooler for the 10900K for the 1200 socket. It's come down a little. And it's been replaced as the second highest AIO with that cooling capability by a Asus Ryzen, or whatever you call it, LCD panel displayed cooler. So it's got the visuals not attached to it, but performancely speaking, that cryo cooler, we'll call it a cryo cooler from now on just to confuse matters, because I like calling it the cryo cooler. Technically, when it's in off mode, without all the drivers and whatnot, I'm not going to get into nitty gritty of it and how to install that, because it's not what we're showcasing today. But it acts as a 360mm AIO as well. So that's just bonus on top of that, if you know how to get it running. Okay, so from here on in, we shall grab our ICEGIANT ProSiphon Elite 240mm high performance two-phase CPU cooler installation guide. Look at that, it shows you how to even apply the thermal grease application. That's really nice. They go for the dicey approach, like literally it's a 5 dice. Thank you for explaining that to me. I shall consider that when I do it my way. But all the mounting looks not simplistic, but not overly daunting to freak anyone out. Okay, understand that from my understanding, 2 of the fans are already installed. 2 fans shall have to be installed after the fact that the ProSiphon is already mounted onto the motherboard and over the CPU. I have noticed that through some research that that is the case because of the screws which have to be screwed into place to mount it. Then the additional fans, the 3rd and 4th one, can only then be placed into that position if you choose to put them in that position. There is some debate over mounting of the fans themselves and where and when and how you need them. I personally think some people say you don't even some people you say you should put them as exhaust, for example, top side. I'm of the caliber that if you've got a push-pull mechanism on this, and this is this far away from your top side availability for exhaust, and it's a perforated slit, as is in the top side of most cases nowadays in that regards, hot air rises. The irony is that this is gravity driven, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, it might just be overkill. But for the sake of the fact that I've already got 2 exhausts above the 120s and that'll slot in just ever so slightly nicely, the headache will be essentially, if you have a look at this side, you can see the size of the mount. Okay, wish it was copper, but that could be a issue with the fact that the liquid inside this, okay, and the only way you can mount it is like so, with the ICEGIANT logo facing you, so it'd be over here like that, mounted in, okay, or from my understanding it can be like that, okay, but it can't be that way or that way, because that's going to not allow it to cool in the manner of speaking that it is designed to do so, which is again through gravity driven ability of it. Okay, we'll get a closer look as we release it. Okay, what I will do is, I think there might be a little bit of noise in a second's time. Okay, so we'll release it from its really decent packaging, frankly. She's very heavy. Okay, so okay, so you can see the back side of these fans. Not too shabby looking at the very least, hopefully as well performing at the very least as the Sequel fans from Cooler Master. I believe they do as specified. Okay, 2300 RPM. The back side of the fans never look as good. I lied, there is a bit of a rubbery texture to them. They haven't got the what do you call it? So they're mounted with your AIO screws as well, which is cool. I've got a few spare ones of those if need be. You want to be really careful because they generally just sort of fit into the thing. If you rip a thread, they will never sit on properly. Now, this is what we talk about, okay? There's essentially, from my understanding, that's right, there is 3 chambers, and I'm guessing these are the chambers, and then these act as, well, I don't know exactly. I'll find out from experience and I'll do a bit more research. After all, this is an unboxing and I'm trying to titillate your fancy, everyone. But gravity essentially works where shit's gonna boil, okay? Okay? It's gonna rise up, and then it works its way, I believe, rides up through the fins, works its way down through the chambers, okay? Or the other way around, okay? Now, the liquid in here isn't actually water, it's a dialic or dicelic or whatever they call it, liquid, which is more like your radiator fluid that can handle heats and doesn't get as hot, from my understanding, in that regards. So it's not something that you want to spill, but again, there are no moving parts, okay? It's completely sealed in that regards. You can't unseal it per se in that instance, so you don't expect it to be an issue regarding evaporation of the fluid itself over time, at least less so than it through, say, a plastic or something like that, to an nth degree. 10-year warranty associated, so, you know, but this is meant to, in theory, these things are meant to like work forever sort of thing, you know what I mean? So, I've got people who have suggested that there's a certain amount it can handle, but 500 watt TDP thread rippers running with PBO enabled, and it's adequately cooling those CPUs. So a 5950 shouldn't be too much of a sweat for this as well, okay? That's one reason why I've chosen it. Now if we have a look, I don't want to stuff the fin density up. The fin density, on the other hand, I was having a look at it, I think it's about 600 or something, 630 if you do the math. So that's interesting. It's yeah, they're very, very compact in comparison to other radiators I've seen. It's definitely quality. Screw wise, pressure mounted screw with a spring associated, and if you get that closer look at that, warning, if we get that 486 chip, you'll see how much space there is. Terracotta there, guys. I always thought terracotta would be a good cooling solution. I forgot about these. Like your tiles. You know why? When you step on your tiles in the middle of summer, in the toilet or something, when you're taking a pee, and you realize how cool they are. That's a big chip, by the way, so we need something smaller that's a bit more comparable. So here's your Intel chip on that. and we'll get something a bit more comparable still to the Ryzen. And that's probably right on par with what that Ryzen processor looks at. So that 486 I got gifted to me. I really appreciate it. It's actually got some work attached to it. It will need some pins being unbent before I can even get in the system. So hopefully we won't do any breakage there or cause any more trouble. Apart from that, I'm hoping that she's not cactus or dead. I've got plenty of CPUs which are potentially dead on arrival, which I can practice my art of fixing pins more on and getting them running one day. I've still got the motherboards for those CPUs, so that's a good thing. Unfortunately, you know, Windows 11 won't be an option to see how it runs that even with enough RAM to spec. Unfortunately, there might be an option to be able to get it running in some way, shape or form. I believe that Windows should give you a disclaimer or something attached to Windows 11 saying, look, you can run it regarding the specs, but it's not optimal, and you know, you're not going to get the assurance and the safety features, security enhanced features. It's a security risk to do so at your own discretion, and as a result you won't benefit from this and be at risk to this. But give us the goddamn option when, you know, just like how long has it been in development for, and at what stage did they change the minimum spec requirements for Windows 11, and at what stage did the TPN module requirement being enabled and available come into play? Get me? So yeah. But at the very least, Intel 6 and 7 Gen should have been a guarantee. Imagine those people with like those decked out 700K systems, you know what I mean? And imagine if they got them trying to save a buck a year later, sort of thing. Like the system would be 2 years of age, and it's been locked out from the newest operating system. I mean, there are workarounds and ways around it, but if you got some crappy IDX board from the 7 series, like there's no fucking way you even got the option of putting that chip on there. You know? Anyway, before we continue, we'll have a closer look at the other two fans. But the science behind this, I'm not 100% with. That's why I won't get exactly into it. But essentially it goes up, it comes down, it comes through. It's got a special liquid in it that's not water for a change. It's something that's why maybe considering they haven't skimped out on a lot of other things for the price, adding copper for the plate would have not cost them much more. And I don't believe ICEGIANT for this, which isn't essentially first prototype. It isn't a prototype, but it's the first rendition of it from them in that regards, available on the consumer level. Wouldn't have skimped out on it unless there was a reason. I'm suspecting, I'm not a sciencey guy, but I'm suspecting that the metal itself may clash with the fluid itself, and it may cause some form of degradation to the metal over time, or whatever it might be, internally or externally, because of that. Copper tends to be softer, and it may react more so than this metal would. Will that affect firmly at speaking? It may not, but they may have not been able to have provided you with a 10-year warranty as a result of that. You know what I mean? So it's something I'm sure every cooler manufacturer considers. It's the ones that can use it and opt for a subpar material to save literally half a cent. Half a cent, people. The number game is ridiculous. Everyone knows how good copper is in that regards, as opposed to other materials. Coming back to this is 700 grams of copper, okay, and it's worth about, I believe, like $2 Australian. If I was to sell it to $3 Australian in copper, pure copper. It's actually stupid when you consider the extraction process and that, and it's coming out next to gold and shit. You know what I mean? Like, it should be worth its weight in like silver or something, frankly. That's how these manufacturers seem to act regarding opting out on copper and using a subpar solution instead. At one stage was considering an open loop water cooling solution, and I was going to the level of not mixing metals, so I had sourced out my copper radiators and everything. You know what I mean? I was going to use copper tubing, actual copper tubing, and then I was going to add an extra 3 to 4 to 10 fans into this case, aimed at all the tubing, as well as an intake and exhaust for any air emitted through the GPU or anything like that, specifically to maintain it. Because you know how metal in the shade in the summer is really cold. Well, the copper tubing would have been acting as a prolonged amount of time that fluid would take to reach maximum load operating temperature before it would start to affect temperatures, get me? And cooling plastic tubing, cooling glass tubing, and asking the radiators to do all the work, rather than giving the option of the metal getting cooled as well. Do you get me? Because the copper conducts the heat out as well, so it'd be radiating out. Then that's why you have the exhaust now. It makes sense. A combined thing, it'd be much more effective. Yeah, you'd lose out on aesthetics unless you're into like steam punk, but there's a way to paint those tubes as well. There you'll technically lose out on firmly being able to cool it a little bit, but not if you do it the right way or use the proper paint. It still might be far more superior. And when you're talking 2 or 3 more degrees, that's a big thing once you're already getting at that pinnacle level, you know what I mean? It may or may not be cheaper. It could still be cheaper. For some people it's easier, for some people it's not. Bending glass, bending plastic, as opposed to mandrel bending metal, okay? The tools are different, the technique's different. I was finding it easier to bend metal than I was to do it. It's a bit of an art form, and I haven't had enough practice with the glass itself to break enough of it to get my loops right. But I can grab that, what is like a crowbar, put it on there, and easily get those bends to exactly the point I need, and a little sums for it to flex out again where necessary, within reason. Firmly, I think it's much more superior though, even though, but if you're after aesthetics, it's another story, isn't it? You have to ask yourself why you're doing it in the end. And if you're going to crap on all about it being superior and that's what you need to do, then if you're going to talk the talk, walk the walk, and go the whole 9 yards then. You know, no, because I want to have neon water, and I was like, what are you doing, you know? On the other hand, it's also been suggested if you're starting with an open loop for the first time, recommendations go soft tubing if you don't want the headache, but take pride in your soft tubing approach. Take time in your cuts. You can make soft tubing actually look like hard tubing and do straight lines without any excess added. And sometimes, if done correctly and measured well, looks almost like it's a hard tubing without a closer eye and an inspection being taken. So that would show some skill, and that'll translate then to the precise nature of you being inclined to do the hard tubing correctly the first time around as well. So that's the backside. We already saw the backside of the fan. If we have a look over here, I'm just going to see, just for fannage sake, how long that is. It's probably about 10 centimeters shorter than I'd want it to be. If I was planning to use it somewhere else, if I was to be a bit cheeky and maybe put some RGB bling on that. Do you get me? Like, flick them out and it's like, what did you do to it, you monster? But there is a texture to it, which actually on this side, you can't feel it. It actually, the texture seems to be on the opposing side. There is an added texture on the opposing side. That's weird. You think it'd run through the whole thing. There is an aggressive nip in, as you can see right there, and that almost feels rubbery as well, so that's going to grip air differently. So there is some ICEGIANT. Who are they made by? It's model number. I don't know if ICEGIANT's got their own. I'm curious where they're manufactured. And we'll give it a spin. A little thinner than usual, I think, or at least this part's thicker. So yeah, guys, that's been, without saying the word 150 more times, because that's what it's coming to. That's been the ProSiphon Elite, released by ICEGIANT, available for all, compatible for all sockets, backwards compatible to the 755 era, but not compatible with, so 1366 on Intel side, and it can handle Threadrippers on the AMD side, upwards of suggested 500 watts or more. and you're never going to go that high. On a side note, it's actually been suggested, guys, that on a consumer level, you know, the 5950X was a debate, but if you got some like a 5800, even a 5900X, it's actually recommended that probably an AIO would be more applicable, and or even your noctuas for some reasons. Don't quote me on exactly why, but it's suggested that this may be overkill in that department. But for my application, I've got a feeling it'll work wonders. I do have the option currently until it's sold of an X72 Kraken as well, by NZXT, and worst case scenario, I've got the Dark Rock Pro 4, which you can have, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fans all around it and inclusive inside it. And yeah, so that's about it, guys. Peace out, y'all. Thanks for joining me at OPPC. We're going to have a short 5-minute interlude, and we're going to be back continuing to stream, if we do decide to, some Apex Legends perhaps. What do you reckon, guys? Alright, so we're live on the OPPC channel. If you've gotten this far, you can tune out to the Tech Talk. Now you can watch, my name is Sebastian Lukas, but you can watch Seb Luka, my alias, playing some gamage as well. Bye, y'all.
First, we all know of the approach pre-built systems take, especially over the years when it comes to vendors such as Dell, HP and Apple. You may at first be besieged by choices to what options and specifications due to hardware, shall we call them upgrade paths, are made available upon trying to navigate just a simple choice in which laptop would suit your means and or budget associately. Today we take for a test drive with these parameters in mind the Dell Inspiron 6400 that I have had for a number of years now, and is in fact the first laptop that I ever repaired, and was this repair a doozy. From literally waste garbage on the side of the street, I managed to find both this 6400 and the smaller screen variant of this laptop that allowed for the transplant of specific parts from one to other and vice versa, so as to be left with a functioning laptop that did not look too shabby. Had it still been 2006 though, with age the laptop does look a little on the worn side of the spectrum, but don't let this fool you, as we are about to discover whether this 15 years old legacy relic can still function within reason in a Windows 10 environment today. So for the specs, original specs were as follows, but due to the ability of newer technology and hardware availability, from some spare stuff lying about, I saw it fit to upgrade to the best of my potential the Dell Inspiron 6400 to give it as much a fighting chance as we could muster. Original specs, Dell Inspiron 6400. Firstly, a BIOS update was urgently required, and this update would bring the availability to be able to utilize stronger CPUs, making them compatible with the laptop. This update was released in June of 2007. While the first Dell Inspiron 6400 off the line were released back in 2006. known as BIOS A17, was installed successfully. View. The processor type, Intel Core 2 Duo processor, current clock speed 1.83 GHz, dual core present. Memory RAM installed 4096 MB. Memory available 3327 MB. Memory speed 667 MHz. Memory technology DDR2 so DIMM RAM. Due to the amount of memory being assigned for the system use, memory available is less than memory installed. That's why in Windows, when looking at the info screen, About PCs section in Settings, it will mention the usable amount of RAM as opposed to the 4 GB that has been successfully installed on the laptop. Primary drive, hard drive, 120 GB HDD, but in actual fact it is a fully fledged SSD Kingston 120 GB drive that was lying unutilized. Video controller, ATI Mobility Radio Nex 1300. Video memory 64 MB. There was a 256 MB variant that would have performed much better with Agent giveth just that little more juice pertaining to what we see here when loading and rendering the video applicable. Panel type, 15.4-inch wide LCD. Native resolution 1280 by 800. Problem here is since the AMD site, that has been scoured, does not seem to have applicable drivers available as of last checking. As a placeholder, the Windows 10 general video drivers do seemingly a fine job, but, at the expense it seems of native resolution being hit down from 1280 by 800 to 1024 by 640. Wi-Fi device, Intel wireless. Bluetooth, none according to BIOS settings, but there is a NIC that is inactive upon boot that may actually enable Bluetooth compatibility, be it off only a very early adoption version of Bluetooth. Considering these original specs, startup time for its day was considered vastly adequate for booting Windows XP and was impressive, with 1 GB of RAM taking approximately 1 minute to boot once the annoying Dell malware would be gotten rid of. But since Windows 10 was to be tackled, then a minimum of 4 GB of RAM would be a must to have the OS operate, pardon the pun, effectively to say the least. So going against the norm, I tried overpopulating the RAM modules DIMM slots with first 2 by 1 GB modules, then 2 by 2 GB modules of 667 MHz sodium DDR2 RAM. Great success, and in turn Windows 10 would have a leg of room to stand on, with minimum spec being met, if only just. So armed with our twinked Dell Inspiron 15-year system, consumer-grade laptop, we embark on Windows 10 general operation testing to see whether the Dell can still handle the evolving Win 10 5-year platform itself with a legacy 10-year level disadvantage. For testing, nothing too drastic, like Cyberpunk 2047 will be undertaken, or even for that matter Crysis. But general true-to-form functionality such as Cinebench R15 to categorize the duo-core CPU strengths, while also crystal disk mark testing to see how well the upgraded SSD performs in what would be perceived to be a bottleneck system due to a lack of RAM or horsepower. First Cinebench R15 run was that of a score of 80, while the OpenGL GPU testing failed miserably, most likely the driver issue. So far nothing to run home screaming over, but on or compared to the standard 120 GB HDD at 5,400 revolutions per minute spindle drive, sequentially speaking, read and write speeds were expected to be well above that type of drive's capabilities and did not disappoint, with approx 133 MB read and write speeds accordingly. This upgrade from spindle to SSD was the biggest impress, as our sequential read and write speeds drastically improved to where the bottleneck would be the capabilities of other system hardware, in turn bolstering our boot times from the dreary 1 minute of everlasting pain to a much more bearable and unbelievable 7 to 10 seconds or so, as demonstrated from cold boot. Yes, the system has had a little optimization on the back end of Windows to minimize the background apps from, at the very least, hindering startup and more importantly general performance as well. Which leads us to what the hell else is the Dell Inspiron still good for? Well, the system value is in the eyes of the beholder, as running labor-intensive tasks. Any tasks will incapacitate either or both cores completely, but it's not to say that it still won't perform the task, eventually.
Okay guys, peace out y'all. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes streaming Apex Legends, probably on the OP PC channel as a separate stream itself.